So we start now. Do you hear me?
Yes. Yes, perfectly.
So I want to say our welcome to everyone, to so many young scholars and a group of young professionals, and coming from the area of education, social media, journalism, and I'm welcoming them that started working at our summer school on Monday, and welcome today to many distinguished speakers, and that will give life to this international seminar. As already said yesterday, we are happy to be here as Reset Dialogue on Civilizations and Reset Dialogue US. We are an association, a foundation with one purpose, but based on two legs, one in Europe and one in the US. As many of you already know, our purpose is to developing, promoting the cultural pluralism, the understanding of the culture of the others, the mutual understanding among different people. And our part of our mission is to help the process of the achievement, the respect of human rights, political liberties, democracy, all things that can be developed in different cultural contexts. As some of us, as Professor Sari Hanafi said on Monday, we are dealing with the universality of human rights, but with the consciousness, we are very aware that there is in front of this universality the localness of the agenda to develop them. So understanding the context is our main goal, and to develop our capacity of critical analysis, of discernment of the ways to make human rights, democracy, political liberty, those values prevail. I want, first of all, now at this point of the introduction, to say thanks to Beit Hikma, which is virtually hosting us in this, which is the Carthage Summer School and Conference. And I want to thank all those institutions and that made possible our work, our conferences, and our summer school. I mean, Nomis Foundation from Switzerland and Carnegie from the United States, and also from the United States, the Henry Lewis Foundation. And thanks also to the help of the Adenauer Stiftung that made all that. All these things together made possible our work. As many of you already know, we insist on a comparative perspective on the issues of tolerance, religious freedom, rights of minority, as a key to open the way to a better knowledge of our work with all its different institutional and cultural settings. We want to afford, particularly in this edition of our conference on pluralism in Carthage, let's say, the legal and constitutional perspectives to be compared to have a better understanding of our own reality. We'll afford also the issue of the pandemics. We couldn't miss to discuss the issue because it has an enormous impact on our lives, on the international scenario, on the political relationship in every single country. Not least reason of this, or the need to discuss this, is the pressure that the pandemics has applied to liberal institutions and to democratic systems because of the necessary measures of containment. And authoritarian forces try and manage to draw some profits from that situation. And moreover, new sources of international conflicts have appeared where we needed to develop more cooperation among states in order to fight in an efficient way against the virus. Tomorrow we'll have a roundtable on this issue, but now let's start with our work with my and our best wishes for a good work. And now I'm giving the floor to Federica Zoja, who will present the message of the president of the Beit Hikma, with the Academy of Science of Tunis, Carthage. And we regret he cannot be here, but we are ready to listen to his important message.
Thank you, Giancarlo.
Yes.
And as you told us, I'm Federica Zoja, I'm a journalist, and I had the pleasure to be the scientific coordinator of Carthage Seminars 2020, together with Professor Mohammed Hashas. And why Carthage Seminars and why Tunisia? Because Tunisia, 10 years later, the Arab Spring, is still the embodiment of much of the dynamic and positive change taking place in North Africa and Middle East. And as you know, has escaped the fate of the other revolutions. So this is the first reason and very important. We know that Tunisian electorate has returned repeatedly to the ballot box during this period, and recently in 2019, during the autumn, demonstrating an increased awareness of political consciousness and discernment, and their a healthy capacity of electoral realignment. So, as Giancarlo told us, in the virtual setting of the headquarters of Beit al-Hikma, Académie des Sciences, des Lettres et des Arts of Tunis, will find space tomorrow and today, constitutional freedoms in Arab societies, political freedoms in Arab thought.
Federica, could you speak louder?
Freedom.
Could you increase your volume?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
The interpreter, yes. Professor Ferrari say yes. And as I say, the concept of freedom in Europe, in America, together with gender issues, political transformation in the current Maghreb, social sciences, and the relationship with cultural pluralism. So without forgetting, and this is important, I think, this digital dimension in which we are all immersed now more than ever, and the sanitary emergency as well, with its dramatic impact on our lives. I think this is a necessary contextualization. I appreciate and promote it particularly. And I think that the highest intellectual exchange requires anyway a solid anchorage to the ground. So good job to everyone. And let me read for you President Abdelmajid Chafi's message to our panelists and attendees. The interpreters have the text, so I can read normally. Ladies and gentlemen, and all those attending this conference, in representing the Beit al-Hikma Tunisian Academy of Science, Letter and Art, it is my pleasure and my honor to inaugurate this conference and to wish the greatest success possible to the International Summer School and the Carthage Conference in this critical period. experienced by all humankind since the appearance and rapid spreading of the COVID-19 pandemic. Conditions imposed by this pandemic have, however, presented us with an unexpected positive aspect, revealing the political, economic, social, and cultural weaknesses, failings, and contradictions shared by both developed and poor societies. Questions concerning the role played by states and their responsibility, concerning fairer distribution of wealth, state and individual freedom, relations between genders, cultures, and religions, traditional democratic systems and globalization, invasions, manipulable means of information and media networks, the constant financing of human activities, and the serious attack on nature's balance are all questions that, alongside many others, urgently require appropriate, in-depth, and well-structured answers, going well beyond the traditional divisions between cultures and religions. I hope that your seminar will provide a significant contribution to reflections required by these unusual events and exceptional circumstances. This is a responsibility shared by the Tunisian Academy and Reset.org, and I am certain that you will all rise to the occasion. Allow me to renew my good wishes for your success. President Abdelmajid, Chafi, Beit al-Hikma, Tunisian Academy of Science, Letters and Arts. So thank you. And I give the floor to Jonathan Laurence. Are you there?
Yes. Yes. Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon to all. I would like to add my welcome to the conference portion of this year's Carthage seminars. My name is Jonathan Laurence. I'm one of the directors of Reset Dialogues, which, as our chair, Giancarlo Bosetti, just mentioned, is an international organization with offices in Europe and in the United States, and with activities around the Mediterranean and the Western Hemisphere in the future as well. And I would like to open by saying that today's world, as was just so articulately expressed in the words of our host, Abdelmajid Sharfi, is a world of closed borders. It's a new world that we have woken up in. It is a world with some degree of authoritarian drift. It is a world where there are rising hate crimes, where there is rising economic inequality. And all of this calls out in our minds for dialogue. It calls out for dialogue, and it calls out for the exchange of best practices amongst the newer democracies and the older democracies who are just as vulnerable to today's dangers. Reset Dialogues, also known as Reset Dialogues on Civilizations, was born in such circumstances. It was born of the imperative to improve democratic resilience in the face of earlier challenges that we already faced in this long 21st century. From terrorism to financial crises and their aftermath, to refugee flows and their aftermath. And Reset Dialogues has been developing throughout this time seminars and workshops to address the concrete threats that are presented to liberalism, to pluralism, and to democracy that have emerged at each turn. And this time is no exception. Our mission is to promote democracy, to promote pluralism, to promote the rule of law and human rights by convening in such a gathering, but also through timely analysis. We publish research, articles, books, and we believe that this is especially vital right now amidst this global pandemic and amidst what are growing and widespread protests for racial and other types of justice. Now, this week you will have the opportunity to hear some of the most interesting scholars and experts on the topic of legal and constitutional approaches to tolerance. Now, the Carthage seminars are one of our, hopefully, regular appointments, and they are the continuation of our programming on pluralism that we launched earlier in Casablanca in 2018 and 2019. Now, there will be a short video presentation of Reset Dialogues that will follow, but I wanted to give you a quick overview of our programming and activities. And first of all, if you got here, you probably already have visited our website, which is resetdialogues.org or resetdoc.org. And I encourage you to sign up for our newsletter, and you'll see that we organize as many as a dozen events every year. We publish regular articles and analyses, which you can receive in your inbox on a bi-weekly basis. And we also publish short books and monographs. And we hope that through this virtual experience, however imperfect it is not to be physically present, we hope that you will connect our network and that you will join our groups of authors, our groups of discussions that are ongoing. Now, as our chair mentioned, we are honored, truly honored, to have the opportunity to collaborate with Beit al-Hikma and under the directorship of the Professor Abdelmajid Chafi, who is an esteemed scholar whom we have all followed with great enthusiasm for decades. Our only regret is really missing the chance to actually be there right now. And as we emerge, slowly, each of us at different paces, depending on where we live, as we re-emerge from this pandemic, I believe we have all found a new appreciation for the physical world, especially places like the beautiful premises of Beit al-Hikma and Carthage, which we truly hope to be able to visit in person in 1 year's time. So let me express our collective gratitude sincerely to Professor Abdelmajid Chafi and to our colleagues Dr. Halawartani and Madame Duraya Lasram for this collaboration. This year we have an additional local partner in Tunisia whom I just want to give a shout out to, which is the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. I would like to thank there especially Madame Lucia Kremer and Mr. Holger Dix for their support of these seminars. And finally, our special thanks go to Toby Volkman of the Henry Luce Foundation for supporting this third edition of our Reset Dialogue School on Pluralism and Tolerance. And we express our profound gratitude to the Luce Foundation, as well as to the Carnegie Corporation of New York, who have made this programming possible. So once again, I offer my welcome to everyone for this year's edition, and I wish everyone a successful conference. This is the third day of our programming this week. The first 2 days were spent with summer school students who are young professionals and doctoral students who have been following lectures for the past 2 days and who will continue during the rest of the week, including with workshops. But today's programming and tomorrow's program is public and open to all. And we look forward to everyone participating actively. Welcome.
Good day, everyone. مساء الخير ومساء صباح الخير للجميع. I am Mohammed Hashas, scientific coordinator of the seminars with my colleague Federica Zoja. This is the third edition, as it was mentioned before, of Reset seminars in North Africa. Two previous editions were successfully held in Casablanca, and this is the first time in Carthage. For a non-visitor yet of Tunisia, and allow me to start with that, and we'll make very few notes to reflect and start this event. And I hope that, first of all, everyone is fine, you and your close ones especially. If you visit this city and the main avenue of Bourguiba, you see two statues. The statue or portrait of Bourguiba, the first president of the modern Tunisia, and on the other corner of the same avenue, you see the statue of the great Tunisian or Maghrebi philosopher and historian Ibn Khaldun. It is the portraits were ordered by Bourguiba, and they were taken off when Zain al-Abidin Ben Ali came to power, and they were restituted or put back in place, especially that one of Bourguiba after the revolution around 2014 or 2015. Well, my note here is that to say the Tunisian experience is unique because it's very rare that you find a statue of a scholar in an avenue, an important avenue in the Arab world, in front of or competing with the statue of the president or the sultan or the emir. So that already gives you an idea of the political atmosphere maybe, and the political culture in the city. And I am not saying that because we are virtually hosted by Beit al-Hikma, but because that's what history tells us. It's the first country, as I mentioned also in the beginning of the summer school, in the Arab world and the Islamic world to adopt a constitution, a first fundamental pact in 1857, and then a first constitution in 1861, preceding the Turkish or the Ottomans at the time, and also the Egyptians who followed a few years later. But Bourguiba, maybe with time and with his authoritarian modernization, he forgot the cyclicality or the Khaldunian cyclicality of history, and that history moves. So that's why he installed himself as president for life. But that's not how history or the history of Ibn Khaldun tells us. So it's the scholar, the visionary scholar, that wins the battle in that avenue. With these notes, to which I'll come back in a while, I will make a more very simplistic stages of constitutionalism at least in the Arab world, including or the Mediterranean, including the Turkish experience. And we have constitutionalists here, and they will most probably disagree. But just to open up the floor, the stages of constitutionalism could be thought of in three major stages, including the current one. So maybe the first or early constitutional experience is happened still in the imperial period or the Ottoman period, and we could refer to it as the sultanic or imperial constitutions. It is a given constitution in the region where the sultan or the king is the one who dictates what the constitution should include, and still enjoys immense powers. The chambers often are appointed, or at least often there is only one chamber of representatives, and it's often appointed by the king himself, or based on the elites, the family elites in the country. And at the time, we could not speak of elections, neither for male nor universal suffrage. Well, that was it lasted for nearly 100 years, from 1850s, let's say, to 1950s. Though from the 1920s, there were already a period of entering a second wave. But it is the 50s, maybe from the 1950s and up to 2000s, before the Arab Spring, that we can think of a second wave of more constitutional experience. Well, of course, there is no need to say that in the beginning there was always a debate with the religious establishment whether we need a constitution or not, because there is anyway the Quran and Sharia, and these are the constitutions. But with time, with the debate and internal debate, things move on. And in the period of the 50s and 60s, a bit earlier and also a bit later, there is a lot of input from the nationalists with secular input into what the constitution should say or contain. The socialists have also put their input, and the military, of course, did their input, sometimes Islamist, sometimes secular, sometimes a mix of both. And we can always think of secular religious concept of Asif Bayat here. I am going, of course, very simplistic, but it could help, especially the students in the summer school, to have an idea of what we are talking about. And 2010 or the Arab Spring experience until now, we have few kind of successful experiences that go on with the tradition of constitutions in the Arab world. And we have the successful story anyway is Tunisia, and more or less the Moroccan experience is already cited after the Tunisian experience with all the hybridity of systems in it. I want to think of these three major stages and putting in place also the intellectual aspect of it. So, and again, I'm not saying that religion is the only factor that plays a role, but it is one of the factors that I would like to underline and refer to here. In the first imperial sultanic constitutions, or given constitutions, well, Islam is still considered like law. Islam is law. And there is an intellectual tradition from Orientalists and non-Orientalists that speak of Islam as law. So there is no negotiation on that part. The Sharia is not debated here. On the second stage, from the 50s, let's say, as they said, but also a bit earlier, Sharia, Islam is not considered law, but is defined as Islam is not only law, so it's also something else. And the third wave of these constitutional endeavors, if I may, is there is kind of shift that one can see in intellectual history, is that what is emphasized is not law anymore, though it is still there. But what remains strongly is family law. And so the idea here is that Islam is not law. So at the beginning, is Islam law is law. In the second stage, Islam is not only law, we can think this way. And the third one, maybe is Islam is not law, or is not law anymore. So there is more emphasis on ethics, morality, maqasid al-sharia, the public good, etc. And there is why I am referring to this. Because anyway, the religious establishment has always played an important role in political life in all civilizations and cultures, including the Western one that is a kind of reference for traditions outside the Western sphere. I will stop at one concept that interests us in the context of Tunisia, which is the concept of twin tolerations of Alfred Stepan. I refer to Alfred Stepan because, unlike so many liberals, he says that his thesis is that, simplistically put, there should be toleration from both major competing sides: the secularists, liberal secularists, and the religionists, or the religious camp, or the church, or the mosque in a sense. And his thesis is that empirically, doctrinally, methodologically, normatively, the Western model is so plural, and it's not possible to speak or to make of secularism a condition, for example, for democracy to flourish. What is important for him is not the level of secularity or liberalism in a particular culture or context, but what is important is what the Constitution holds and the freedom of every camp to speak in the public sphere and come to the public with their own moral worldview. And the only thing that does not allow them to come into the public is their use of violence. As long as they are non-violent, everyone is allowed to be in the debate. So this makes him different from especially his critique is to the Rawlsians, who make the liberal condition a must for any debate of democracy. But of course, anyway, Rawls was having liberal democracy in mind, while Stepan was speaking of democracy in general, and he was giving examples from traditions outside the democratic experiences outside the the Euro-American traditions, and to say that religion anyway has always played a role. Even established church has played a role in the European history until now, avoiding going into debates, into more details. So why I am referring to the twin tolerations in the Tunisian experience, and why is the Tunisian experience a successful one? Maybe because it has applied this this concept, or the content of this concept, from its own tradition, based on its own dynamics or historical dynamics that have been accumulated over the nearly 150 or even more years, nearly 200 years of constitutional debates and political dynamics. And historically, and thinking always from concept from the region, since we are in reset and dialogues of concepts as well, this concept of twin tolerations resemble what the Moroccan political theorist Mohammed Abdeljabbar called the historical bloc. Al-Jabri was critical of the politics and how it is done and practiced in the Arab world, and he wrote a lot on Arab reasoning, as is known, and he used the concept. The first time he used it in 1986, and he says that no political camp in the Arab world can make it alone, can be successful alone. He was very critical of the Marxists, the secularist liberals, and then the Islamists, because they were still in the rise in the 80s when he wrote the article. So he says that we need a historical bloc, a concept he borrows from Nietzsche, from the Italian Gramsci. And what the content of this concept is that there should be a modern nation state where institutions are respected, freedom, rule of law is respected, human rights, all the human rights that human beings have achieved so far, including the ones that were not known or in the classical Islamic scholarship, have to be integrated based on, according to him, maqasid al-sharia and public good. Of course, he is criticized for a number of methodological readings of the tradition and what he puts into it. But my reference to the concept is to say that maybe it is because of this twin tolerations in the Tunisian experience or the historical bloc that the Tunisians managed to overcome the crisis that followed the Arab Spring or the Jasmine Revolution, and that's why the quartet got the Nobel Peace Prize, because they intervened and asked or pushed the Islamists and Nahda to retreat, to create and to form a takeover government that is more pluralist, and that's why the Tunisian experience avoided the Egyptian scenario. So what does this mean anyway? Is this model of doing politics still Islamic? Is Al-Ghannouchi or the Islamist or the party of Islamic background still Islamic? That's also another debate within. And maybe because at the end, when Stepan and defend the idea of religion and religious movements to come into the public sphere based on their religious and moral worldview, it's because of this reason, because change takes place only from within the tradition itself, and how a political party or movement like Al-Ghannouchi has done. Whether this one is Islamic or not, or post-Islamic or post-Islamist, there are other readings here, but I leave it with that. And I say that with a personal note, we are happy that there is such a model in the region, and we are sorry that there is so much external intervention in other experiences of social protests that took place in the region.
Mohammed, I think you should shorten your introduction.
Yes, I'm concluding. And the external intervention plays a role against democratic smooth processing, and that has to be taken into account in reading the place of religion in the political sphere in the region. With these notes, I leave you and thank you.
Great, sorry, but because we had now to start with the first session after our teaser.
Exactly.
Who is going to start the teaser? Sophia? Is that ready, Sophia?
Yes, I'm just getting it loaded.
Okay. No sound. You have to start. Right. Great.
So I will, without further ado, launch the first panel of our two-day conference. I welcome you back after the introductional video. It is my pleasure to begin with three world-class scholars, Professors Mohammed Fadel, Jocelyne Cesari, and Mohamed Haddad. I will introduce each of them before they speak. I will just note that each speaker has a maximum of 15 minutes, and then we will have the last portion of the panel available for a question and answer session and group discussion. So let me please begin by introducing to you Professor Mohammed Fadel, whom we are very lucky to have with us today. Professor Fadel is a full professor at the Faculty of Law, which he joined in January of 2006. He wrote his PhD dissertation on legal process in medieval Islamic law while at the University of Chicago. He received his law degree, his JD, from the University of Virginia School of Law, And Professor Fadel was admitted to the Bar of New York in 2000, and he practiced law with the firm of Sullivan and Cromwell, where he worked on a wide variety of corporate finance transactions and securities-related regulatory investigations. Professor Fadel also served as a law clerk to the Honorable Paul Niemeyer of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit, as well as to the Honorable Anthony A. Alaimo of the United States District Court for the Southern District of Georgia. Professor Fadel has published numerous articles in Islamic legal history and on the topics of Islam and liberalism. Today, the title of his presentation is On Islam and Constitutionalism. And with that, I give you the floor, Professor Fadel. Thank you.
Can I share? I have a PowerPoint presentation. Can I share screen with that, or is that acceptable? Okay, terrific. I will try to do my best. This is my first time presenting on Zoom, so I hope it works okay. Okay, let's start. Okay, so the topic of this panel is liberties in the Arab world, I suppose. So my presentation, I think, asks a more fundamental question, and that is there an idea of constitutionalism in Islamic law, and what does it tell us about the idea of legitimate politics from an Islamic perspective? So I want to start with the idea of well-orderedness. Is well-orderedness as a political value, can that be identified as an indigenous Islamic value from a legal perspective? So if you look in the history of Islamic thought, you'll find that across all Muslim sects, there's universal agreement on the obligatory character of establishing what they call the imamate, what I think we can translate into our terminology as a public order. There are different theories, radically different theories, in fact, about what the nature of this public order should be, and the relationship of the imam, i.e. the public officials generally, to the community on the one hand, and to the law on the other. And I want to try to explore those in this presentation.
Excuse me,
yes?
Have you started to share your screen yet?
Oh, shoot, maybe I forgot to do that, sorry.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're very right. That just shows my incompetence here. Okay, do you see the presentation? Oh, I gotta press share again. 2 buttons. Okay, yeah. You see it now. Yeah. Resume slideshow. Okay, great. Sorry about that. Do you see the slides? Mm-hmm. Okay, terrific. Okay, so I think I essentially want to argue that there are 2 different conceptions that one sees commonly held among Muslims regarding the answer to these questions. Namely, one is what I would say sort of the crude Islamist version, that the imam or the state in modern language merely enforces a pre-existing legal idea of a public, right? So that Islamic law comes with a predetermined notion of just relations, whatever those may be, and then the role of the state is simply to enforce that, right? Now, the content of that, I said crude Islamist, but it's a bit unfair to say that, because in fact, if you press and you ask this question to most Muslim reformers, you will find that this is essentially the idea that they have regarding the relationship of the law to the state. So you might have extremely conservative conceptions of what Islam and an Islamic public order requires, right? And you might have an extremely liberal conception of what Islam and Islamic public order requires. But both ideas are joined by this idea that the role of politics is simply to enforce and articulate this pre-existing notion of what legality is. The other view is the one that I endorse, is that the imam or public officials construct a public order pursuant to certain legal ideals, right? So that there is a certain kind of dialectic, we can say, between politics, i.e. representing deliberate human will, and a certain pre-existing idea of normativity, right? But normativity does not either determine the outcome of politics, nor does politics always determine the idea of normativity. There's always got to be some sort of dialectic give and take between the two. So I think the Sunnis articulate this most perfectly. Now, Mohammed Hashas in his preliminary remarks talked about the idea that some ulama said we don't need a constitution because we have the Sharia and the Sunnah. Now, what that would mean, at least the way I take it, is the idea is that we already have a constitution. It's an unwritten constitution, and it's already present in the juristic understanding of the law and the state, right? And so this is one way. I just want to point to a larger jurisprudential point that I think will be very important, is that every written constitution must, by definition, in my view, appeal to a higher body of unwritten law. Without the existence of some unwritten law that is superior to the written law of the Constitution, it becomes impossible to interpret the written Constitution in any kind of principled way. And so to sort of shortcut where I'm going is that in Sunni ideas of constitutionalism, that's ultimately the role that Islamic law plays, is this kind of pre-political set of doctrines that gives moral content to the domain of political deliberation. Now, this comes across in Sunni writings on the imamate in three particular elements. The first is that the political order is created through deliberate free choice of the community, the doctrine of ikhtiyar, as opposed to other Muslim sects in which the political community comes through by virtue of divine fiat. The other is that the political realm is a realm of representation, that the caliph represents the community in the way that an agent represents a principal. So again, the classical view is that when the caliph acts, his actions are actions of the community. It's not his own actions that he imposes on the community, right? So this is very important. Power flows bottom up and then back through delegation, not the other way around. And then finally, that the actions of the public, the imam, are fiduciary, meaning that all decisions of the caliph and other public officials are done for the sake of the community, not for personal interests of the caliph or other kinds of public officials. Now, what is the jurisdiction of the imam or the caliph? It's over common affairs, right? We have to still figure out what that means, but it's very important that his jurisdiction is limited exclusively to common affairs, and where he does have jurisdiction, it's exclusive. Again, the idea here that the public domain can only be public if there's one voice for it, right? So here you have the basic idea of sovereignty, that the caliph represents the sovereignty of the community, and therefore that cannot be interfered with. And then the implication behind that is that there's no jurisdiction over private affairs, right? So individuals retain their freedom in what's appropriately particular to them, right? And so there's a strong distinction between public and private in this unwritten Sunni constitutionalism. Now, what are the powers of the imam in the public domain? Well, he has all the powers of an agent to promote the well-being of his principal, right? So you can think of this in the most unrestricted way, the power to improve the affairs of the public. That's why definitions of what's called siyasa shar'iyya, they say is the power to do al-aslah, to make things better, right? To improve the position of the community. Now, the caliph lacks the power to break the law because insofar as he's an agent, he can only pursue the lawful ends of a principle, right? And it's a fundamental doctrine of agency principle law that a principal cannot delegate an agent to do an unlawful act. That's a criminal conspiracy, not an agency, right? So the caliph as an agent, by definition, can only do acts that are lawful. So valid acts are acts that are, the valid acts of the caliph are binding in exactly the same way that the valid acts of a principal bind the agent, right? Conversely, invalid acts are legal nullities. Just as if an agent exceeds his authority, it does not bind the principal, so too, when the caliph and other public officials act outside of the law, those acts have no legal effect. Now, the public order has various different functions. The first is the articulation of general norms called ifta. That's the reserve of legal specialists. Then the public order must create a system of adjudication, qada, for the settlement of disputes between private persons. And then there's the enforcement of legal decisions, tanfid, As a general rule, this is part of the exclusive sovereignty of the ruler, although in particular exceptional cases, self-help is okay. And then this is, I think, really the fundamental arena where the rubber hits the road. The articulation of rules in the public interest, that's called tasarruf bil-imama, right? I've tried to argue that later jurists developed a theory about what kinds of exercises of this power are legitimate and valid and therefore binding on the public, not merely as a matter of prudence, but also morally binding. And significantly, these decisions based on this power to articulate public interest are not determined by the general legal norms themselves. In other words, the public officials have a right to go well beyond what's required by general legal norms that are articulated by the jurists. So contrary to the views of some, Sunni constitutional theory is not a juristocracy, right? It is not a question of simply doing what jurists say, right? Although what they say is important. So what is the domain of positive Islamic constitutional law then? The articulation of general legal norms, as I said, are pre-constitutional because you have to have some sort of moral idea of what you're going to pursue in the political. So any positive constitution from an Islamic constitution, from an Islamic perspective, must be consistent with these norms. In other words, the public order must be based on values of consent, representation, and pursuit of the common good. Not all government actions can be valid. There must be some sort of limit to what governments can do based on these substantive values of consent, representation, and pursuit of the common good, right? This also entails proper authorization, right? So we talk about consent. Consent entails in an important respect, authorizing somebody to act on your behalf. Accordingly, we always have to ask whether the government action is authorized, right? In that respect, arise the questions of what is the extent of self-help or individual freedom to apply or enforce or pursue the law. Also, arbitration here is a very important issue of investigation because it gives us an idea of the extent to which individuals can create institutions of justice outside of the public domain. Right? And then there's a substantive question of conformity with law, right? So juridical decisions generally have to be consistent with legal science. In other words, they need to be principled. They need to be based on some kind of reasoning that can be replicated and justified on a universal basis. And then the statutory public interest rules have to be consistent with public interest in some sort of transparent way. So here I will conclude and just make the following remarks. I think it's one common way of approaching questions of Islam and modern constitutionalism is trying to derive substantive Islamic values through some system of moral reasoning and then translate them into constitutional dictum. What I'm suggesting is that's not really the best way to think about it. I think the best way to think about it is constitutionalism as a domain, as a project of collective self-governance, right? And that constitutional norms, positive constitutional norms, are always developed through a dialectic of, as I said, consent, representation, and pursuit of the common good. And that's how we need to think of questions like pluralism, liberties, and rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Fadel. I look forward to the conversation that will follow the other two presentations, since you raised a number of fascinating points and very crucial basic framework, which is really helpful. And I neglected to repeat the title of the first panel, which I will do so now. The session is entitled Liberty in Mediterranean Constitutional Traditions, Changes, and Challenges. And the panel is Constitutional Liberties in Arab Societies. Next to speak will be my friend and longtime colleague, Professor Jocelyne Cesari, whom I'm very pleased to see here again at one of our seminars. Professor Cesari holds the chair of Religion and Politics and is Director of Research at the Edward Cadbury Center for the Public Understanding of Religion at the University of Birmingham in the United Kingdom. In addition, she is a fixture at Georgetown University, where she is Senior Fellow at the Berkeley Center for Religion, Peace, and World Affairs, and where she also teaches on the subject of religion in the Department of Government. For the last 2 years, she has held the T.J. Dermot Dunphy Visiting Professor of Religion, Violence, and Peace Building at Harvard University's Divinity School. She has also served as president of the European Academy of Religion, and her work on religion and politics has garnered great recognition and awards, most recently the 2020 Distinguished Scholar of the Religion section of the International Studies Association, as well as being named Distinguished Fellow of the Carnegie Council for Ethics and International Affairs and the Royal Society for Arts in the United Kingdom. Professor Cesari's new book is called We, Gods, Nations, Political Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism in the World of Nations. It's forthcoming at Cambridge University Press. And recent books include the volume What is Political Islam, which came out in 2018 and won a special mention from the International Studies Association, as well as the book Islam, Gender and Democracy in a Comparative Perspective, which was co-authored with the chair of our advisory board, Professor Jose Casanova, as well as several other really important books, frankly, in the study of Islam and politics. And we are very lucky to have her with us here this morning to speak on the conflation of religious and political pluralism and the dilemma of modern Islamic thinking. Welcome, Professor Cesari. Good morning, Jocelyne. Please unmute. Yes.
I'm unmuted now. Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Jonathan, for this kind and detailed introduction. I would like to start counterintuitively with an historical episode that brings us to 1561 in France, where a bachelor's in theology, Jean Tanquerel, defended the following thesis, and I open the quotation mark. The Pope is the only lieutenant of Jesus on earth and has spiritual and mundane sovereignty, which overrules the sovereignty of kingdoms. End of quotation. So why do I start here? Because this is a turning point. It's 1561. This is the last expression of a certain Christian vision that has since been eroded by the new political order that was created after the the end of the war on religions. The 1561 is indeed a very important time. And from that on, Christian theology will move away from this vision of a political role toward a more individual-centered approach to what are the rights and duties, not only of believers, but also of citizens. So if we want to read constitutionalism in any religion today, we need to take into account the interactions between texts and contexts. Of course, ideas shape reality, but my premise here is that also political reality shape ideas, and especially theology, and especially discussions about the political role of any religious tradition. And so if we want to look at Islam, political or civil liberties, pluralism, we have to take it from where we are now. And the reality in which Muslims, but not only Muslims, all believers and all individuals actually are operating is the nation state. It's more than the state. It is a nation. And here I will spare you the theoretical engagement that goes with that. But the nation is a political community par excellence. Even if the states are now challenged by globalization, the nation has completely redefined what is the legitimacy of a political community. Look, if we want to look at the interaction between Islam and constitutionalism, we have to look at the major changes that happen within the Islamic tradition at the end of the Ottoman Empire and the rise of the nation states. So the premise here is really to take nations seriously, not only as a state of institution, but as a deeply entrenched series of principles that have effect not only on theories and academicians or scholars, but also on any lay citizens. And there are wonderful work that has been done that show that even the way we are happy, the way that our body is ill has been changed by the national framework. And I think we have not paid enough attention to that. And that's the goal of the new book that you mentioned kindly, Jonathan, to show what has been changed in the Islamic, but also Buddhist, Hinduist, and Christian tradition by the encounter with the nation state. So here I am clearly taking a step away from the tendency that is to use the term state in a very loose way. There was no Ottoman state. Ottoman political system was an empire. It is not a state. The state is built on a very specific, and I don't want to be very pedagogic here, but it's based on a system that is called rational legal with a bureaucratic system. Of course, empires have bureaucracy, but they are not as centralized as tendency to provide the same law for everybody everywhere. And I think this is something to take into account, not to mention that there is a conjunction between the state institution and a certain portion of territory that is clearly defined. And these are things that have changed Islam deeply. So what does this mean? It means that under the empire, also unlike what people think, scholars show us that there was differentiation between the political and the religious, in the sense that the caliph was the symbolic figure that was the guarantee that the Islamic rule was respected across a huge number of territories. Did it mean that the caliph created this law? Obviously not. And here we tend to forget that the ulema were actually pretty independent. Structurally, intellectually, financially. Of course, the caliph used them and tried to pull them in the political direction they wanted to. But this institutional structural independence is key in the sense that they didn't report to a center of power like Istanbul. They were not on the payroll of the caliphal administration, and their major role was eminently political, but in a sense that we have forgotten, meaning they were pretty much in charge of ruling local communities, which is the police, the community. So the Islamic rules was very much embedded in the life of people in different localities. And we also tend to forget that the Qadi, the judge, the Islamic judge, didn't deal only with Muslims. It also dealt with non-Muslims, because the Sharia was the principles on which were based a lot of ruling and jurisprudence that were dealing not only with the life of Muslims, but with the life of other religious communities. And so here it's very hard to talk about constitutionalism in the modern stato-centered approach. this changed, of course, and that's the change we have to take into account when the Muslim empires got, I would say, more attracted or involved into the Western international system. Again, I go back to 1648. That's why 1561 and Jean de Tanquerel is what we call in my jargon a critical juncture. 1648 is a double date. It's the end of the war of religion, the rise of the kings over the church to manage what we call the immanent, the mundane, the dunya or dawla, to talk in Islamic terms, but it is also the moment where the international system is created, where the state says we are the only one able and legitimate to wage war. You, religious communities or religious institutions, cannot do this anymore. So to think that this kind of changes didn't have an influence on Christian thinking is omitting that all the discussion today in theology, constitutionalism, even among Christian circles, is based on these major changes. So the similar changes happen in the Muslim world. There are two symbolic dates where the Caliph or Muslim empire in general get involved and shaped by the new international order, that is a secular order. That's the beginning of secularization. One is 1798, the expedition of Bonaparte to Egypt, that shook the Muslim world. You know, it's like a little group of Europeans coming to what is at the time the center of the global power. And Bonaparte told them, you know, you are not in charge anymore. We are, and we are bringing new concepts. This triggered an intellectual, intense debate that never ended and that is still going on Islam, modernity, progress. So that's why when we hear Islam needs reform, I don't know what we are talking about, because some ideas have been debated since 1798 and still debated now. The second important element that will redefine the distribution of power between religious and political communities is the introduction of the Ottoman Empire within the Westphalian order. And there is again a symbolic date here, which is 1856, the Treaty of Paris, the end of the Crimean War, and the first time the invitation of a representative of the Sultan to the table of negotiation. So these two elements will lead to a greater and greater interaction between Western powers, but also cultural orders with the Ottoman elite. And here you see emerging movements that are still there, that are pan-Islamism, which pan-Islamism is really an attempt to redefine the traditional ordering of religion and politics in the Ottoman or Muslim Empire in a modern way. Because what do the pan-Islamists say? What did they say also at the time? Is that to create a new political community competing with the national one of the West, we may focus our linkage on Islam, which was not the case under the Muslim Empire. Under the Muslim Empire, the empire is multi-religious, multicultural, multi-ethnic. And if I were Greek Orthodox in Istanbul, I am part of the Ummah. The emergence of the Ummah as the global homogeneous community of Muslim believers is this kind of readjustment that happened at this time, on which everybody now agrees, secular, traditional clerics, and Islamists or radicals. And this is a kind of change we have not paid attention enough. The other trend is the pan-Arabism, and indeed the opposite, embracing the nation in the Western sense. History shows that the Western type of elite won the war of decolonization against the West. And that's why they established nation state. What is interesting, by the way, is that there was no nation in the Muslim empire. So we are here on a very interesting process where the state comes before the nation. And the nation will be the authoritarian creation of a very thin elite. Think of Bourguiba, think of Gamal Abdel Nasser, Saddam Hussein, all these people, they came, Saddam Hussein came a little later, but the elite that brought Syria, that brought Egypt, that brought Tunisia to independence are not representative of the majority of the population who do not think that they are part of a nation. Nation doesn't come naturally. Pakistan created overnight. Turkey created overnight. There is no Turkey. Ataturk had to do a huge work of socialization, disciplinization, reshaping to create Turkey. So here we have the state creating a nation. How much do I have left? 1 minute. So on this basis, we see emerging, I can go on and on. This is also the moment where you see emerging a new version of sexuality influenced by the Western one, and a new discourse on homosexuality that didn't exist before. So there are lots of things going on there. So what happened is with the nation state, something that was not enough studied, is unprecedented. There is what we call three, if I can, or four actually, four methods of subordination of Islam: elimination of financially independent religious institution, 1. 2, structural reorganization of religious institution. 3, integration of the Sharia court into the national courts. 4, integration of religious education into national education. This changed completely the way that Muslims, not only politicians, but also theologians, also academics, start looking at Islam and pluralism. I don't have the time to go more into detail, but it means that the state redefinition of Islam had a huge impact on two aspects of pluralism: inter-religious pluralism. The multi-religious, multi-confessional aspect of the empires disappeared and became eroded or denied because of the homogenization process of the nation building, which happened everywhere. But in this particular context, it means getting rid of inter-religious pluralism. And because Sharia became the state law, it also got rid of what was called intra-religious pluralism, meaning the plurality of way of being Muslim that were present in empires and cannot exist anymore into the state-driven Islam. And this has, again, very important consequences on the way that even theologians today talk about pluralism or constitution and civil liberty. Thank you, I stop here.
Thank you so much, Jocelyne. That was fascinating and wide-ranging and provocative and great. Thank you so much. Our last speaker on the panel this morning, of the first panel, is Professor Mohammed Haddad of Carthage University in Tunis. Professor Haddad is someone with whom Reset Dialogues has a long and fruitful relationship. We have gladly had him as a participant and advisor throughout the last many years. He is a member of the advisory council of the Carthage seminars. He is an Islamologist, a professor, as well as the author of several works on Muslim reform. In the last 10 years, he has published 2 books and dozens of articles on the impact of the Arab revolutions on the topic of freedoms. And I would just note that we at Reset Dialogues recently translated and Springer editions published Professor Haddad's book entitled Muslim Reformism, A Critical History: Is Islamic Religious Reform possible. And that book was just published this spring, 2020. Today, Professor Haddad will be speaking on the topic of Tunisia from 2014 to 2020, how to assess the democratic process. Thank you for being here with us and for all of your collaboration. Professor Haddad, the floor is yours.
شكرا صديقي، شكرا لبيت الحكمة وشكرا لمؤسسة ريزات على هذه الفرصة لطرح موضوع مهم في الحقيقة. أن عندما نرى موضوع الإسلام والحكم هو موضوع وقعت مناقشته على مدى عشرات السنوات، وهذه المناقشة كانت تتم بصفة نظرية، يعني كانت مناقشة تاريخية ونظرية بين المثقفين. أحيانا بعض السلطات السياسية كانت تقحم هذا الموضوع في إطار توظيف سياسي، يعني حتى يقع إلهاء الرأي العام عن بعض المشاكل الاجتماعية، كما فعل الرئيس المصري أنور السادات أو الرئيس السوداني جعفر النميري. منذ سنة 2010 مع الحراك العربي، سواء في البلدان التي وقعت فيها ثورات أو في بلدان لم تقع فيها ثورات ولكنها قامت بمبادرات إصلاحية في دساتيرها وفي نظمها السياسية، أصبحت لدينا فرصة جديدة للتفكير في هذه المسألة، فرصة للتفكير العملي، للتفكير ليس من التاريخ وليس من نصوص الماضي، ولكن التفكير من خلال ما يحصل أمام أعيننا اليوم، ما حصل أمام أعيننا في السنوات العشرة الأخيرة. كان لي الشرف منذ 2010 أن ساهمت مع ريزات في ندوات أو في كتابة مقالات في هذه التطورات التي تحصل على أرض الواقع. تونس مثلا، وسأقصر كلامي على تونس التي لها تجربة دستورية لا بأس بها، بما أن الدستور الحالي هو الدستور الثالث في تاريخها، شهدت من بداية الثورة إلى آخر سنة 2013 الكثير من الجدل حول العلاقة بين الدين والسلطة وبين الدين والحكم. ثم انتهى هذا الجدل إلى الدستور الحالي الذي وقع إقراره منذ بداية سنة 2014، والذي قدم صياغة معينة، توازنا معينا في القضايا الثلاثة: الدولة، الدين، والحريات. في هذا الدستور ما وقع إقراره في مجال الهوية أو في مجال العلاقة بين الدين والدولة تختصره أساساً الفصلان الأول والثاني من الدستور. الفصل الأول في الحقيقة استعاد الفصل الأول في دستور 1959، يعني في الدستور الذي وضع بعد الاستقلال، واستعاده حرفياً، ويقول أن تونس دولة حرة ومستقلة ذات سيادة، الإسلام دينها. إذن فوقع التنصيص منذ الفصل الأول على مسألة الإسلام. ولكن في الحقيقة كما حصل في سنة 59 حصل أيضا في دستور 2014 أن كلمة الإسلام دينها يمكن أن تفهم على أنها تعود إلى الدولة، كما يمكن أن تفهم على أنها تعود إلى كلمة تونس، بمعنى أنها ستكون نوع من التوصيف السوسيولوجي وليس لا يحمل قيمة قانونية أو معيارية. وهناك من سيذهب إلى التأويل الأول وهناك من سيذهب إلى التأويل الثاني، فقد ترك هذا الفصل كما هو مع إمكانية التأويلين. ولكن الشيء الجديد في دستور 2014 أنه وقع إضافة مباشرة فصل ثاني مهم يقول أن تونس دولة مدنية، دولة مدنية، وبالتالي يلغي كل إمكانية فكرة الدولة الدينية. يقول تونس دولة مدنية تقوم على المواطنة وإرادة الشعب وعلوية القانون. ثم أضيف في الفصل الأول والفصل الثاني عبارة لا يجوز تعديل هذا الفصل، إذا لا يمكن تعديل لا الفصل الأول ولا الفصل الثاني. كما تضمن دستور 2014 فصل السادس الذي يضمن حرية المعتقد والضمير. إذن الفصل السادس من الدستور الجديد الذي وضع بعد الثورة فيه تنصيص على حرية المعتقد والضمير، وفيه تنصيص على منع التكفير ومنع الكراهية والعنف. إذن كان هناك نوع من التوازن. هذا التوازن في الحقيقة أتى عبر فصول يمكن أن تقبل تأويلات مختلفة، لكنها أقامت نوع من التوازن الذي على أساسه يمكن للتونسيين أن يتعايشوا، سواء كانوا قريبين إلى وجهة نظر الإسلامية أو قريبين إلى وجهة نظر العلمانية. هذا لا يعني أن القضية قد حسمت تماما، لأن هناك بعض المسائل التي تتعلق بالحريات الفردية التي ستجد بعض الإشكال حسب التأويلات التي سنضعها إلى الفصل الأول من الدستور. الرئيس السابق الباجي قائد السبسي الذي توفي حاول أن يطرح بعض هذه المسائل، فكون لجنة، وهذه اللجنة فكرت في العديد من المسائل، ولكن هناك مسألة مثلا كان لها أهمية خاصة وأحدثت جدلا كبيرا، هي مسألة قوانين الميراث. قوانين الميراث التي إذا أخذنا المبدأ الدستوري الذي يتحدث عن المساواة بين الرجال والنساء، فإنه يفترض أن يكون الميراث بالتساوي بين الرجال والنساء. ولكن في حقيقة الأمر الأحكام الميراث الموجودة في تونس إلى حد الآن هي أحكام مستمدة من نظام قديم يجعل حصص الرجال أكثر من حصص النساء. فهذه المحاولة التي قام بها الرئيس السابق الباجي قائد السبسي لم تنجح في النهاية، ولم تؤدي إلى تغييرات، ولم تؤدي حتى إلى كثير من التعمق في هذا الموضوع. لكن ما أود أن أؤكد عليه في هذه المداخلة أن هذه السنوات الأخيرة كأننا نشهد أن الناس لم تعد لهم رغبة كبيرة في مناقشة القضايا النظرية أو قضايا الهوية، أو حتى هذه القضايا التي تثير إشكالا مثل مسألة المساواة أو عدم المساواة في الميراث، مما يدفع إلى التساؤل: لماذا؟ هنا نرى أن الدستور وأي دستور في العالم وظيفته ليس فقط أن يحدد الهوية، له وظائف أخرى مهمة، وربما هذه الوظائف الأخرى تطغى فيما بعد على قضية الهوية. في الدستور التونسي هناك الحريات السياسية، ومما لا شك فيه أن سقف هذه الحريات مرتفع ومهم جدا، ويشبه كل الدساتير الديمقراطية في كل البلدان المتطورة في الممارسة الديمقراطية. فهذا الدستور ضمن حرية العمل السياسي، ضمن حرية العمل النقابي، ضمن حرية تكوين الجمعيات، ضمن حرية الصحافة وحرية التعبير، ضمن حق الإضراب والاجتماع والتظاهر، وحتى الحريات الأكاديمية. إذن ففيه جانب كبير من الحريات السياسية التي أصبحت مقبولة لدى الجميع، لدى جميع التونسيين مهما كانت توجهاتهم الفكرية. فكأن الحريات السياسية قد تغلبت وأصبحت أكثر أهمية لدى الناس من بعض الحريات الفردية التي ما زالت مطروحة وما زال فيها مجال للنقاش والجدل. ثم الأمر الثاني أنه نحن نعلم أن هناك في العالم كله نوعان من الدساتير. هناك دساتير فيها جانب السياسي فقط، وهناك دساتير التي تصدر عادة بعد الثورات يكون فيها جوانب اجتماعية. والدستور التونسي لما بعد الثورة فيه العديد من الفصول التي تتحدث عن الحقوق الاجتماعية، والتي تلزم الدولة بأن يعني تضمن التكافل الاجتماعي والعدالة الاجتماعية. وفي فصل يتحدث عن الحق في الصحة، وفي فصل يتحدث عن الحق في التعليم، وفصل يتحدث عن الحق في العمل، وفصل يتحدث عن الحق في الثقافة، وحتى هناك فصل يتحدث عن الحق في الماء. إذن هذه الحقوق الاجتماعية قد وضعت في العديد من الفصول، وإن كانت تطرح إشكال، يعني ما معنى أن يكون له الحق في العمل، أن العمل يحدده الوضع الاقتصادي في النهاية وليس في الدستور. ولكن هناك يعني مجموعة مهمة من الحقوق الاجتماعية التي هي أيضا أصبحت الآن محل الاهتمام الأكبر. يعني الناس يطالبون بتفعيل هذه الفصول وأن تصبح أمرا قائما، ولا تظل فقط فصولا نظرية في الدستور. فإذا هناك من جهة تمتع بمجموعة كبيرة من الحقوق السياسية الفعلية، وهناك من جهة أخرى تطلع إلى تفعيل وتنفيذ الحقوق الاجتماعية، حق العمل وكل هذه الحقوق الموجودة في الدستور. فكأن هذين الجانبين قد طغيا على قضية الهوية وعلى المناقشات النظرية في مسألة العلاقة بين الدين والحكم. الناس يريدون أساساً المحافظة على حقوقهم السياسية، ويريدون أن تنفذ الحقوق الاجتماعية الموجودة في الدستور. يضاف إلى هذا مسألة نظام الحكم، وهذه النقطة الرابعة والأخيرة التي سأختم بها، أن الدستور يعني فيه نظام معين للحكم، أن السلطة التنفيذية تقسم إلى قسمين، هناك الرئيس وهناك الحكومة، وهذا ربما يؤدي إلى شيء يشبه ما حصل في إيطاليا بعد الحرب العالمية الثانية. يعني هناك ربما نوع من ضعف الحكومات أو نوع من ضعف استقرار الحكومات. فإذا رأينا اليوم الجدل الدائر نجده يتجه أيضا نحو مناقشة النظام الحكم، وهل أن نظام الحكم الموجود في الدستور هو النظام الأفضل، أو أنه ينبغي اليوم أن نراجع هذا النظام كي نحصل على أغلبيات واضحة في البرلمان، وبالتالي على حكومات أكثر استقراراً. فبالتالي ما نلاحظه هو أنه في مسألة الهوية ومسألة العلاقة بين السلطة والدين هناك نوع من التوازن الذي حصل، وهو توازن غير كامل، وتوازن لم يحسم الكثير من المشاكل، ولكن هذه المشاكل يعني كأنها أصبحت في المقام الثاني أمام من جهة المكاسب السياسية التي حصلت في البلاد، ومن جهة ثانية أمام التطلعات الاجتماعية، لأنه لا ننسى أن الثورة قد قامت بها الفئات البائسة والضعيفة والفقيرة في المجتمع. هذه التطلعات الاجتماعية التي لم تنفذ بعد ولم تصبح واقعا قائما بالنسبة لهذه الفئات والجهات المحرومة، وأنه مسألة نظام الحكم هي أيضا تطرح في إطار هل يمكن لحكومات غير مستقرة استقرارا قويا أن تنفذ الإصلاحات الكافية التي تحقق هذه المطالب الاجتماعية. فكأن هذه المطالب الميدانية الواقعية قد أصبح لها دور في المجتمع ولها حضور في المجتمع أكبر بكثير من المناقشات التاريخية والنظرية التي عرفتها تونس مثلما عرفتها البلدان الأخرى سابقا فيما يتعلق بالنظام الإسلامي والنظام العلماني وعلاقة هذا بذاك. إذن فالقضايا الهوية ما زالت قائمة، ولكن مناقشة المجتمع لهذه القضايا أو اهتمام المجتمع بهذه القضايا هو الذي غير اليوم الترتيب وجعل المسائل الاجتماعية ونظام الحكم حاليا تحظى بأغلبية أكبر. ونظرا لوجود حريات فإن النقاش حول مسائل العلاقة بين الدين والحكم أصبح أيضا أكثر حرية في تونس، خاصة في الفضاءات الأكاديمية، باعتبار أن سقف الحرية كبير ويمكن للناس أن يناقشوا هذه الأمور، ولكن كأنها اليوم يعني تصبح شيئا فشيئا نوعا من القضايا الثقافية النخبوية. إذا ما أريد أن أستخلصه في نهاية هذه المداخلة هو أن أدعو الباحثين إلى أن يهتموا بما يحصل في بعض البلدان مثل تونس ومثل المغرب ومثل الجزائر ومثل بعض البلدان الأخرى، لأنها تمثل اليوم نوع من الاختبار للكثير من النظريات، ولأنها تمكننا من معرفة واقعيا ماذا يحصل عندما تطرح هذه النقاشات لا بصفة نظرية فقط ولكن بصفة عملية ترتبط بمشاغل العادية للناس، ترتبط بالبحث عن العمل، ترتبط بالبحث عن التعليم، ترتبط بالبحث عن الصحة إلى غير ذلك من الأمور. فتونس اليوم تمثل مختبرا مهما في هذا المجال، وأنا أدعو الباحثين إلى الاهتمام بما يحصل لأنه سيقدم لنا الكثير من المعلومات المفيدة وسيجعلنا أيضا نراجع العديد من المسلمات التي تحدثنا فيها طويلا في السابق. هذا ما يمكن قوله في 15 دقيقة. الموضوع طبعا معقد وفيه كثير من الأشياء، ولكن في 15 دقيقة هذه الفكرة العامة التي أردت تبليغها، فشكرا لكم.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. That was another fascinating contribution. At this point, I'm going to open up the floor of discussion. While questions are gathering, I thought I might pose one question to each of you, and then perhaps by the time I'm done, we will be able to add a couple of more to a first round of questions. So first to Professor Fadel, I was very interested in what you had to say about this sort of unwritten constitutionalism, and it had a lot of interesting implications, I think, for the internal, what Professor Cesari was talking about is the national organization. But what is it? You spoke of the caliph, whose role, of course, would never be limited to national borders. So can you speak a little bit about cross-border religious authority? Is it safe to say that Arab constitutions have given up on a singular universal ummah? And for Professor Cesari, for Jocelyne, I wonder about the efforts of the late Ottoman Empire, which are often dismissed as being somehow dramatic or theatrical, but they were trying to actually establish some kind of cross-border religious authority, and they were establishing some form of uniform Sharia courts and Waqf establishments, at least across what remained of the empire in the 19-teens especially. And then finally for Mohammed, for Professor Haddad, I would ask him to please comment along these same lines on the evolution of the Tunisians' state role in the Islamic religion. There is a ministry, of course, that deals with religious affairs. There's even a mufti of the republic. Have they found their place in the contemporary constitutional order? And I would turn, let me look quickly. I see a question that is also on the question and answer board, which is coming from Richard Caputo. which is asking panelists to please clarify the distinction between nation and state, especially in regard to the end of empires as we understood it prior to the First World War. And if I could ask someone who's able to read Abdelkhani Chafi's question to please do so, then his question can also be considered in this first round. Mohammed, Hashas, are you able to translate that question for us, please?
Mohammed, I think he's translated it in the chat.
Yeah, well, he means that is Abdelghani Sharfi says that the forthcoming problem is identity pluralism, and it may lead to balkanization of states.
Okay, thank you. So I will turn first to Professor Fadel.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, so I think, first of all, I don't want to give the impression from my presentation that when I was using the term caliph, I was literally speaking of a caliph. The point simply was that in Islamic constitutional law, there's always some kind of executive authority. Now, Islamic constitutional law is extremely territorial. This gets to the idea where I was talking about due authorization. So even though there's no such thing as a hard international frontier within what they call Dar al-Islam, Islamic territory, the Muslim world was divided, you could say, into dominions like mamlaka, they call it mamalik or diyar or whatever. So there's a geographical differentiation internal to Islamic polities such that public officials' jurisdiction was always limited territorially, right? So the judge of Cairo, the judge of Alexandria, the judge of Fas, the governor of Egypt, et cetera, et cetera. Sultan of Egypt, Sultan of Tunis, Sultan of Morocco, et cetera, et cetera. So the idea of a territorial state is quite consistent with traditional Islamic legal principles. I think what's unique, going back to what Jocelyne was talking about, was the idea of the nation state as representing some kind of particular ethnos, right? That is highly problematic and it's very difficult to fit in. Largely, going back to the question that the questioner raised, is that as in my model, as I was saying, there's an idea of general legal principles of Islamic legality that pre-exist the state. These are not geographically specific. The only thing that can be geographically specific in Islamic law are particular public interest norms that are articulated by particular public officials in particular polities. But the universal norms of Islamic law are not geographically bound. One way to interpret the kind of anti-Islamist reaction that you see being led by the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Egypt is an attempt to nationalize religion, an attempt to say that we are going to have a national Egyptian Islam, a national UAE Islam, a national Saudi Arabian Islam, right? In a way that tries to eliminate the idea of Islam providing universal fundamental principles. And so, yeah, I think post-Arab Spring, there's been a turn by the despotic Arab states to push back against this idea that Islam provides certain universal principles in favor of creating national Islams, which I think is unprecedented.
Thank you. Jocelyne?
Yes, thank you, Jonathan. To go back to your question about the attempts of unification at the end of the Ottoman Empire, you're absolutely right. There was an attempt under the push of the encounter with the West to create some kind of constitutional law. And I think it's 1856. There is also the attempt to create a code, a unified code. And what is fascinating is that it is not national. what is attempted is to create an Ottoman identity. First time that there is this idea that you can be Ottoman, meaning you belong to a supranational cultural entity that can now, for the first time, try to find equality between all members of the Ottoman community, independently of religion. But this didn't last very long. Actually, you can even see that the Young Turks that will lead to Kemal Atatürk and the nation state of Turkey came from this Ottomanism and neo-Ottomanism, and they didn't see that it would work because I think it came late and people were not convinced on the ground. They were already, it came too late in the sense that there were already strong nationalist movement. It's fascinating to see also at the end of the Ottoman Empire, the same attempt to create unity. You had locally the support by the Ottoman administration of nationalist movement. You had the support by the Pasha in what is Bilad al-Sham, the equivalent of Syria, Lebanon, the push toward creating Arabic-speaking communities, institutions, and to challenge the Ottoman system. So this was fascinating times. So I would not see that as a successful initiative, actually. And if I may just take on the question on nation and state, this is key. The state is really about a certain, again, I go back to Weber here, rational legal bureaucracy, meaning the state is a set of institutions that will operate theoretically, ideally, independently of the persons who are carrying it, you see. So there is this idea that the institution continues, that they are in charge of the minimal kind of regulation of the people. Of course, the territory can be vast or beyond a certain type of nation, but what made the strength of the nation state are two principles that do not exist in any other system. And these are pretty confident after been going up and down China, India, Russia. It's equality of individuals, not equality of communities. It's different. An empire, Muslim empire, is based on recognition of communities, but not equal. And individuals do not exist. Of course, persons do exist, but individuals as receptacle of rights do not exist. The second principle that is unprecedented until the nation state is the sovereignty of people. We are the one deciding about our fate. That's why a nation is created. A nation is not just an imagined community. That's why I don't buy into all this culturalism. It's also, we can exist as an imagined community. All online, huh? Wow, we are an imagined community. We make it work. It's different to say, on top of that, I want to exist politically, independently. It's another element. And this is key. This is what makes a nation. If you don't have both, you don't have a nation. And no empire, no other political entity, police, city, right, doesn't work this way. And I think that's key to understand. Having looked at other traditions outside Islam, it's fascinating how Hinduism was redefined based on these two principles. How do you explain that people can claim a national Hindu community? This doesn't make sense outside the nation state. No, I'll stop because I can go on and on.
Thank you. That's fascinating. And now I will turn to Professor Haddad, and I will just add one question which came in from the chat for him specifically, which is, in your opinion, Professor Haddad, why do governments or political systems not put the institutions that you speak of into practice? The floor is yours, Professor Haddad.
عفوا لما أفهم السؤال، لماذا ينشئ؟ طيب. لا، بالنسبة للحقوق الاجتماعية هم لأنه هناك فارق بين الحقوق السياسية والحقوق الاجتماعية. الحقوق السياسية يكفي أن توجد إرادة سياسية حتى تتحقق هذه الحقوق. يعني إذا كانت هناك إرادة سياسية نقول أن من حق الناس أن ينشئوا جمعيات، فيبدأ الناس بإنشاء جمعيات وتصبح المسألة عادية. أما الحقوق الاجتماعية فلا يكفي فيها النية الطيبة والإرادة السياسية. عندما نقول لدينا فصل في الدستور الفصل 40 يقول أن العمل حق لكل مواطن ومواطنة، ولا شك أن كل الحكومات التي تعاقبت على تونس كانت تريد أن توفر عمل لكل مواطن ومواطنة، ولكن المشكل هنا ليس في الإرادة السياسية وفي حسن النية. المشكل هو اقتصادي، أنه إذا كان الاقتصاد لا ينمو بالشكل المطلوب فلا يمكن توفير عمل للجميع، وبالتالي ستكون نسبة البطالة كبيرة. وهذا لماذا يعني هناك فارق بين تفعيل الحقوق السياسية وبين تفعيل الحقوق الاجتماعية. الآن أعود إلى السؤال السابق الذي طرحته علي، وفي الحقيقة ما استمعت إليه يعني كان لدي العديد من الملاحظات. أنا في كتابي قبل الأخير اقترحت أن نضع 3 مراحل في تطور الدولة في العالم الإسلامي، وهي مرحلة أو 4 مراحل. في البداية هي دولة المدينة، ثم الدولة الإمبراطورية، ثم الدولة الوطنية، ثم الدولة المواطنية التي محورها المواطن. وربما اليوم نحن في هذا الطور الرابع، يعني محاولة إرساء الدولة المواطنية. القضية الخليفة وكل هذا هي قضايا من الماضي ولم تنجح في الماضي، وأولى أنها لن تنجح اليوم، يعني انتهت. حتى في الإمبراطورية العثمانية الحاكم كان له لقبان، لقب الخليفة ولقب السلطان، والسلطان هو لقب مدني بمعنى صاحب السلطة، لكن الخليفة هو لقب رمزي وديني وهو يعطي الشرعية للسلطة. ولذلك حتى عندما يكون هناك شخص يحكم في تونس أو يحكم في مصر فإنه يحكم بصفة شبه مستقلة، إلا أنه يستمد شرعيته الرمزية والدينية من الخليفة. مثلا في تونس كان هناك العائلة التي تحكم، العائلة الحسينية، في الحقيقة كانت تحكم من تلقاء نفسها، لا تحتاج إلى العودة إلى السلطان العثماني. لكن عندما يموت الحاكم ويأتي حاكم ثاني ينبغي أن يحصل على فرمان، ينبغي أن يحصل على قرار من الخليفة العثماني بشرعية ولايته. إذن هناك جانب يعني ديني ورمزي، جانب الشرعية هو الذي يبقى، هو الذي كان فقط في يد الخليفة. أما السلطة بمعنى الإدارة السياسية للبلدان فكانت قطرية. اليوم نحن لم نعد نحتاج إلى أن توجد سلطة رمزية أو دينية أو شرعية. الشرعية تأتي من داخل البلد نفسه، من داخل البلد، لا نحتاج إلى شيء يأتي من خارج البلد. فلذلك اليوم مثلا عندما يوجد مفتي في تونس وهو موجود، المفتي في تونس هو يفتي فتواه يعني تشمل التونسيين فقط، تشمل التونسيين فقط. وهذا ما نريده، يعني نريد أن كل بلد يدير شؤونه حسب أوضاع بلده، لا أن يتجاوز بلده ويتدخل في أمور الآخرين. شيء ثاني أيضا بالنسبة لسؤالك عندما قلت لي وما تفعل وزارة الشؤون الدينية في تونس. طيب هذا مهم. وزارة الشؤون الدينية في تونس تعطي الإمكانية للذين مثلا يريدون الصلاة في المسجد، تعطي لهم إمكانية وجود مساجد وإمكانية ظروف جيدة لإقامة الصلاة. لكن وزارة الشؤون الدينية في تونس لا تفرض على الناس الصلاة، وليس لها أي حق ولا أي صلاحية أن تجبر الناس للذهاب إلى المساجد. هي تنظم المساجد، ترعى المساجد، من يريد أن يذهب إلى المسجد بكل حرية فليذهب، من لا يريد أن يذهب إلى المسجد لا يذهب. فوزارة الشؤون الدينية لا تتدخل في المعتقد، وإنما تهيئ فقط ظروف إقامة العبادات. أعتقد أن اليوم أنا شخصيا أعتقد أنه لا يمكن أن تنجح الحريات والديمقراطيات إلا في إطار ما يسمى بالدولة القطرية، لأنه وجود دول تزعم أنها لها يعني مسؤولية على دول أخرى، أو أنها هي التي تعطي الشرعية لدول أخرى إلى غير ذلك، هذه مسألة تؤدي إلى الكثير من المشاكل والكثير من الاضطرابات داخل المجتمع. الأولى أن نبقى في إطار الدولة القطرية، وأن تتوفر هذه الحريات في إطار الدولة القطرية، وأن توجد تعاون بين الدول مثل ما يحدث في أوروبا مثلا في إطار الاتحاد الأوروبي، دون أن يلغي ذلك الدولة القطرية. وحتى العولمة في رأيي لن تؤدي إلى إلغاء الدولة القطرية. لا أدري، هناك سؤال قد رأيته الآن على الشات ولكنه مر بسرعة أمامي، فيما يتعلق هل أن المذاهب أو العقائد كانت تغير يعني الواقع في السابق من بلد إلى آخر. يعني هناك مثلا إذا الأستاذ محمد فاضل يقول كان القضاة يحكمون بمشهور مذهبهم إلا، نعم، إذا هذا مثال، سأخذ هذا المثال أستاذ. يعني مثلا ماذا كان يحصل في تونس؟ يعني في تونس كان هناك قضاء على المذهب الحنفي وقضاء على المذهب المالكي، والأغلبية في تونس كانوا مالكية، ومع ذلك فإن القاضي الحنفي حسب الترتيب كان أعلى من القاضي المالكي، لأنه القاضي الحنفي الأسرة الحاكمة في تونس هي أسرة ذات أصول تركية عثمانية، إذن هي كانت على المذهب الحنفي، والشعب كان على المذهب المالكي. فهناك قاضي حنفي وقاضي مالكي، والقاضي الحنفي أعلى رتبة من القاضي المالكي لأنه أقرب إلى السلطة العثمانية وأقرب إلى الأسرة الحاكمة، في حين أن القاضي المالكي أقل منه درجة رغم أنه يمثل أغلبية الشعب. هذا مثال يعني على هذا التوازن الذي كان قائما، لأنه يرتبط بالفارق بين الخلافة التي هي مسألة دينية وبين السلطان التي هي مسألة سياسية. الآن لم نعد نحتاج إلى مثل هذه الأمور، علينا أن نعترف بالتعددية في كل المجالات بما في ذلك في المجالات الدينية والمذهبية والعقائدية، والمهم أن يتعايش الناس بسلام مهما كانت آرائهم الدينية، بما في ذلك إذا لم يكونوا مقتنعين دين ولا ينتمون إلى أي دين. كان يمكن أيضا أن أقدم مثالا آخر، هو مثال ملكية الأراضي. يعني في السابق هذا الإمبراطورية العثمانية، المسلم في الإمبراطورية العثمانية يستطيع أن يملك أرض في أي مكان في الإمبراطورية بصفته مسلما، في حين أن الأقليات الدينية في كثير من الأحيان لا تستطيع أن تملك الأراضي حتى وإن كانت موجودة منذ عشرات القرون في مكان معين. يعني هناك فارق، ما أردت أن أقول أن هناك فارق كبير بين نظام الإمبراطورية قديما، وليس فقط في الإسلام، يعني حتى الإمبراطوريات الموجودة في أماكن أخرى في العالم كانت أيضا تتجه في نفس هذا الاتجاه. نعم سيدة أمال، أن وزارة الشؤون الدينية في تونس كما كتبت الآن هي تهتم فقط بتهيئة الظروف لممارسة الشعائر الدينية ولا تلزم الناس بتلك الشعائر. إذن هناك كما ترون يعني مواضيع متداخلة بين التاريخ الذي يعني إذن سؤال آخر يقول المفتي يتدخل في العدالة الاجتماعية في تونس. المفتي لا يتدخل في العدالة الاجتماعية في تونس ولا يتدخل في القضايا السياسية. المفتي في تونس يتدخل فقط في القضايا الدينية، التي تتعلق بممارسة الشعائر الدينية، الصلاة، تحديد بداية رمضان، تحديد أيام العيد، تحديد كل القضايا يعني التي تتعلق بالشعائر الدينية، ولا يتدخل في القضايا السياسية. هذا هو يعني ما هو موجود اليوم. ومرة أخرى أنا أعتقد أن الدولة القطرية هي حاليا على الأقل لا يوجد شيء آخر أفضل منها. الحريات ينبغي أن تنتشر في إطار دولة قطرية، وفيما عدا ذلك فإننا في الحقيقة لن تنفتح الحدود على بعضها البعض، بل ما سيحصل هو أن الدول قوية ستسيطر على دول أخرى أضعف منها أو على مجتمعات أخرى أضعف منها، وهذا يعني لن يكون مفيدا للمجتمعات وللشعوب. فما يحصل اليوم في العالم الإسلامي هو هناك نوع من التنافس لاسترجاع شرعية الخليفة العثماني. هناك دول تريد اليوم أن تصبح لها شرعية مثل شرعية الخليفة العثماني في السابق وتتدخل في الدول الإسلامية الأخرى. وهناك منظمات عابرة للأقطار، منظمات دينية وإسلامية عابرة للأقطار تريد أيضا أن تستحوذ على هذه الشرعية وتصبح هي المؤثرة في العالم الإسلامي وفي الإسلام في العالم ككل. كل هذه الأمور في رأيي يعني ستؤدي إلى الفوضى. أن النظام الوحيد الذي يؤدي إلى استقرار المجتمعات هو أن نقبل بتعدد الهويات في إطار الدولة القطرية.
Thank you so much. I think there's we have to end very shortly. I think there's a very interesting tension that has emerged amongst these presentations about, on the one hand, the kind of legal basis or political basis for organizing the religion with national borders versus the kind of reality, given what you're saying, the phase of regime that we are in a kind of citizen-based regime, that this is also the most appropriate format. And I think that's very interesting. I just want to give one person the chance. There are more questions, but unfortunately we have time for one more question. And I also want to give Professor Fadel the chance to have a word. He raised his hand. But I would just turn briefly to Zakaria Slimani. We have to end in 4 minutes. So please really just take 1 minute for your question or less.
Question. Zakaria already asked his question through the chat. I would.
Whom did you want me to call?
Already asked it. So Mohammed Al-Firm, go ahead.
Mohammed, please unmute yourself.
You're talking to me?
No. Mohammed, Mr. Al-Firm.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
First of all, I would like to say a big thanks to all the panelists for their amazing presentations. My question is for Professor Fadel for raising the idea of creating a constitution that is consistent with Islamic teachings. So when we talk about the constitution, we obviously think of human rights. Creating a constitution that is consistent with Islamic teaching seems to me a really hard task, not impossible. Focusing on the example of LGBTQ communities' rights, Islam is deliberately against these communities gaining full rights, as expressed in the Quran. This means that the existence of one is consequently the deniance of the other one. So my question is, to what extent the idea of creating a constitution that is or based on Islam is a plausible task? Is it rather an utopian idea which is only possible on papers? And I want also to mention that the public is a vital component in the process of creating a constitution. So if you, sir, think otherwise, I mean, the idea of creating a constitution is possible based on Islamic Sharia, how can we transmit these ideas in a way that will result some sort of public acceptance to the publics? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, well, I disagree with the fundamental premise that constitutionalism is about human rights. If constitutionalism was about human rights, then we wouldn't have had constitutions until post-World War II. So if we're willing to say that there were no constitutional orders until after World War II, then I would accept your premise. Otherwise, if we accept the reality that constitutionalism has a very long history and is just based on the idea that government has to be subject to law itself, right? That this is the core idea of constitutionalism, that the exercise of public power itself must be subject to law. Then of course, Islam has a very, very, very long tradition of constitutionalism. Now, the question you raise is important. How can Muslims working as collective political agents aspire and achieve certain forms of human rights in their societies? But that's second to the question of whether or not constitutionalism is an indigenous value in Islamic law. Now, the second thing to think about is if you take what you said seriously, what that says is the Muslim world is faced with two choices. Either it has to accept despotic, non-constitutional rule, or it has to cease being Muslim. Because you've made it impossible for Muslims to have a constitution that's consistent with their own norms. And so, I think that in and of itself tells us that this has to be an erroneous way of posing a problem. We have to think about the problem differently, right? So in my thinking, you begin with the idea of self-government as the most fundamental human right. If you don't begin with that, you can never have constitutionalism. There's no such thing as a despotic human rights constitution, in my opinion. Now, I just want to, if I'm allowed, just to make a couple of comments on Professor Haddad's excellent presentation and Professor Cesari's, because I think I can bring the two together through the figure, another 16th century French figure, Jean Bodin. He's often considered to be the founder of modern conceptions of sovereignty. But Bodin is very interesting because he does not conceive of sovereignty as plenary. He views the sovereign merely as being the absolute authority relative to other human authorities. The sovereign is not sovereign vis-a-vis divine law. Now, this is a very important idea because he articulates an idea of sovereignty under law. And this is how it's possible to reconcile the sovereignty of regional territorial states in the Muslim world with the sovereignty of law. The problem that you have today in the Muslim world is you have some states who interpret sovereignty as giving them despotic authority over their subjects. Now, any kind of conception of sovereignty that holds on to that is obviously going to be in conflict with basic premises of Islamic law, right? And there's just no way around that. Having the sovereignty of a territorial state under law, however, right, is perfectly compatible with Islamic thinking. So I will stop there.
Thank you very much. Professor Cesari.
Very, very briefly, I think we are indeed facing a paradox. Indeed, the nation state is one of the best way to guarantee individual freedom because, as we say, it's based on equality. So it takes time. It doesn't come easily, but it can get there. The problem in most of Muslim countries today is that the nation state was based on the nationalization of Islam and not only institution, I insist on that, on the way that people think about their religion, that has cut off this particular way of thinking of human rights in the Jean Bodin way, to go back to what you're saying, Mohammed. And this is what has to be thought through and addressed critically. The moment Islam get out of the end of the nation state, maybe we can rethink along this way. But as it is now, I am kind of worried of the situation. And interestingly, who are the most cutting edge Muslim on this issue? the Iranians, because they have gone through that and they realize the impoverishment of the way of thinking. I stop. When you get through that particular conflation between the nations, the state, and one dominant thread of religion. I stop here.
Thank you very much. Let me ask Professor Haddad if he has one final word, and then we are going to end in order to allow everyone to have a break before the next panel begins. Professor Haddad, would you like to have one final word? You need to accept the unmute. Perhaps not. So in this case, I would ask you all to join me in virtually thanking our panel, which was really an excellent group. And I am so grateful for each of your talks. I look forward to seeing you all again shortly in exactly 15 minutes for the beginning of the next panel. Please be prompt so that we can keep the day on schedule, and thank you all again, and see you shortly. Thanks.
مفتوح. الصوت اللي عندي خل افتح الصورة مالتي والله. أي صوت ماكو.
زين صوت ماكو.
إيه.
صوتك.
يا محمد، السي محمد المصباحي مش رح يكون معنا؟
نو للاسف وقع سوء فهم في بيت، فنعتذر. لذلك سيكون عندنا يعني شوية وقت لجلستنا.
طبعا أنا سعيدة جدا أن يكون مع الدكتور عبد الجبار الرفاعي اللي جهوده جبارة في مكان مثل بغداد، يعني مذهل الذي ينتجه هذا الرجل.
أكيد أكيد طبعا. أستاذ عبد الجبار، استمعت لشهادة الأستاذة سوزان؟
أهلا
مرحبا دكتور عبد الجبار.
مساء الخير، مشتاقون والله، مشتاق.
شو الصدفة
كيف
سعيدة
الأصدقاء في الدوحة؟ ما زلت. الله يبارك فيك، والله أنا من شفت اسمك كثير فرحت حقيقة، وكان لقاءنا بالدوحة لقاء جميل وكنت أتمنى يتكرر هذا اللقاء. كان المفروض نحضر في الدوحة في مؤتمرات أخرى، بس مع الأسف في الكورونا يعني أعاقت كل المناسبات البهيجة.
بالفعل بالفعل بالفعل.
الله يلطف بخلقه، إن شاء الله نتجاوز هالمحنة.
أنا ما عندي شك إنه أنت ما زلت مرابط ومناضل ومستمر في مشاريعك رغم كل شيء.
والله أنا يوميا أستيقظ صباحا وأبدأ بالعمل يعني، وما في خيار حقيقة وما في معنى للحياة غير أن يجد الإنسان نفسه في داخل العمل، خصوصا العمل اللي هو يعتقد بقيمته وبأثره.
نعم.
يعني مهمتنا إحياء الحياة الروحية في هذا، خصوصا في هذا الموسم اللي فيه كثير من اليأس والخوف والاضطراب.
بالفعل بالفعل. والله نحن سعدنا جدا وتأملنا خيرا في التحركات الجبارة عندكم بالعراق، وما زلنا نتأمل الخير.
إن شاء الله تعالى الأمور إلى خير، إن شاء الله الأمور إلى خير.
يعني
في إرادة للحياة وفي جيل جديد أنا أراهن عليه كثيرا، حتى كتبت مقال في تحية الجيل الجديد بعنوان ثناء على الجيل الجديد، مقالة وزعت بشكل واسع واحتفوا بها الشباب كثيرا. ففي إرادة للحياة، وخصوصا العراق بلد حضارات ممتدة عبر التاريخ، في تراكم حضاري طويل. وما ينفع الناس يمكثوا في الأرض.
أنا أخبرت الأستاذ عبد الجبار عندما التقيته أنني كنت سعيد ومنبهر في نفس الوقت، أنه في أثناء الغزو كانت تصلنا في المغرب مجلة قضايا إسلامية، يعني رغم كل شيء شكرا.
الله يبارك فيكم، الله يبارك فيكم، والله مستمرين في هالمهمة. الآن دخلت المجلة في سنتها 23 وأصدرنا العدد الأخير في 500 صفحة، لكن مع الأسف الشديد الطباعة متوقفة في بيروت كما تعلم، فتأخرت طباعة العدد، وإلا صدر العدد منذ 4 أشهر، يعني صدر إلكترونيا.
إن شاء الله تفتح.
ونحضر إن شاء الله في الأشهر القادمة لمحور مهم حول مشكلة الشر، لأن هذا الموضوع من الموضوعات اللي أثير حولها جدل كثير، وما نوقشت في الكتابات الفلسفية والكتابات اللاهوتية والدينية باللغة العربية.
نعم.
كثير من المواقف المناهضة للدين سببها الأساسي أسئلة الشر الحائرة.
صحيح، وخاصة هذه أسئلة الشباب الآن يطرحون
طبعا، وهي أسئلة في الكثير منها يعني أسئلة يعني مشروعة، وأسئلة فعلا يعني تلح على الإنسان: ما هي الحكمة من الخلق؟ ولماذا هذه هذا الشر في الطبيعة والشر في الحياة والشر في الإنسان. فإن شاء الله
خاصة
يكون
أن الشر
محور
يحاولون.
في عدة أعداد.
جميل.
ما زلت بالدوحة دكتورة؟
لا والله أنا بقيت محجورة في الدوحة إلى أن وجدت طائرة تنقل العالقين فأتيت إلى بيروت، لأنه بحاجة أنا أن أكون في بيروت، لأنه القلق عن بعيد كما تعلم على الأرجح مرير. كنت بحاجة لكتب لأوراق، لأنه مكتبتي الأساسية ما زالت في بيروت. ولكن
الحمد لله
كما
على
تعلم
سلامتكم.
الأوضاع تسلم، ولكن الأوضاع في بيروت يعني جدا مقلقة، ونحن يعني هناك شعور أنه نسير نحو انفجار. فالآن القلق هو أن أخرج قبل أن يحصل الانفجار لكي أستطيع أن ألتحق في وقت ما بالعمل في الدوحة. يعني صار التنقل في أيامنا هذا إنجاز يعني.
الله يحميكم إن شاء الله. والله أنا راقب الوضع في بيروت، وعندي ابني أيضا هناك يعلم في الجامعة اللبنانية، وعلى تواصل مع يومي. الوضع ألمني كثير، لأن بيروت أنا مدينة أحبها ومن أكثر المدن اللي أسافر لها، وفيها في عندي علاقات مع كثير من الأحبة في بيروت، لكنه مع الأسف الشديد وقلق على بيروت كثير وعلى لبنان عموما وعلى الناس الضحايا.
نعم.
ولبنان بلد مشكلته بلد ما في موارد، والحياة به حياة أيضا قاسية وغالية جدا يعني على الأقل العراق بلد بترولي يعني مهما يكن.
إيه بس مشكلة لبنان مش مثل مشكلة العراق، هي اللصوص التي تحكمنا، المجرمون الذين يحكموننا ولهم شعبية يعني بفعل هذه الطائفية التي يعني نحن مسجونون فيها. فالمجرمون واللصوص يعبثون بحيواتنا، يعني هذا هو الواقع.
وكيف وصل اللصوص إلى سلطة جميع الدول العربية؟ أليس هذه عين القضية؟ يعني هذه ليست قضية هامشية، هذه هي صلب القضية. صح. جوهر القضية.
صح.
ليس العلمانية ولا الدين، هي مسألة صح. لماذا الشعوب العربية تعدم قيادة سياسية نزيهة، يعني من الخليج إلى المحيط؟ لماذا ينجح المتلصصون عموما؟
صح يا محمد. نحن ندوة حول هذا الموضوع بالذات، لماذا يحكمنا لصوص ومجرمون؟
Mohammed?
No. Yes.
Maybe we should start.
Yes. I see 75 people on board. We were much more, but fine.
Could I make a modest suggestion, just in terms of etiquette? Can we not use the name Mohammed, because there's so many of us?
Fadel.
Maybe we could use the last names like Fadel, Hashas, etc., because I get confused every time. Sorry.
Okay.
Sure. Good.
I think we should start, because if not, we're going to go.
Welcome everyone. Good afternoon, Rome time. I'm very pleased that we continue now in the first session, second panel on political liberties in Arab. We have two distinguished professors in the panel. Professor Abdeljabbar Rifai and Professor Suzanne Kassab. Professor Abdeljabbar Rifai will speak in Arabic, and Professor Suzanne Kassab will speak in English. I will introduce the first speaker and second when her turn comes, and they will introduce him in English, and you have the biographies in Arabic. I'd just like to note first, for the start, it's form of greeting to all the professors who were with us in the first, from the beginning. I note and the following: Professor Anderson, Lisa Anderson, Professor Silvio Ferrari, Alessandro Ferrari, Professor Sonia Boutkhil, and our colleagues in Tunisia, Dr. Wertani, and Professor Deborah Spini, and Professor Nicola Melis, and I hope I didn't forget anyone else. So thank you that you've joined us. Now, to introduce Professor Abdeljabbar Rifai is only formal task, but he's a very well-known name in at least the Arab world. He's an Iraqi theologian. He studied in the House of Najaf in the late 70s in Iraq and in Qom in Iran, towards which he left to continue his studies during his exile. He holds a PhD in Islamic philosophy. He has been calling for the formation of a new theology and philosophy of religion in the Arab-speaking world for the last 3 decades. For this reason, he has been editing the widely circulated magazine Contemporary Islamic Issues, Qadaya Islamiyya Mu'asira, since 1997. Some issues of this magazine, a well-circulated magazine, were selected and translated by the Pizai Pontifical Institute of Arab and Islamic Studies in Rome in 2012 as an homage to its efforts as the most specialized magazine in the philosophy of religion in Arabic. After returning home, Iraq in 2004, he established the Center for the Philosophy of Religion in Baghdad, which has published so far some 250 books. Currently, he is editing the Encyclopedia of Philosophy of Religion in 8 volumes, 4 of which are already published. Professor Rifai has received various rewards, the latest of which is from Cultural Achievements Award in Doha in December 2017 for his defense of pluralism, dialogue, and coexistence. Professor Rifai, the floor is yours. Because Professor Misbahi is not able to join us for technical misunderstanding, we have up to 20 minutes maximum. Dr. Rifai, الكلمة لك. تفضل.
شكرا لكم. السلام عليكم، أسعدتم مساء. شكرا للصديق الدكتور محمد حصحاص اللي لولا الحاحة ومتابعته الحثيثة واهتمام الكبير لم أحضر هذا الملتقى الطيب واللقاء بمجموعة من الأصدقاء الذين لم نستطع أن نلتقي بهم مع الأسف الشديد بشكل مباشر. كنت أعول على أن أزور تونس بهذه المناسبة، هذا البلد الحبيب والجميل، لكن نتمنى أن تتاح الفرصة في موعد آخر. ورقتي تتناول التعددية والبنية الكلامية والفقهية للأخلاق. يعني هل يمكن بناء تعددية حقيقية وإرساء تعددية حقيقية، تعددية دينية، ثقافية، سياسية، مع وجود هذه البنية الكلامية؟ أقصد علم الكلام أو ما يقابله بالمصطلح في الأديان الإبراهيمية اللاهوت أو في الأديان الأخرى، والفقهية، المدونة الفقهية المعروفة. طبعا أنا أعرف جيدا ما يمثله الدين في حياة الفرد والجماعة من تأثير عميق تنعكس آثاره في مختلف مجالات الحياة، وكيف يمكن استثمار الدين ليكون عاملاً أساسياً في النهوض والبناء والتنمية، وكيف يمكن استثمار الدين ليكون عاملاً أساسياً في التخلف وفي الفساد السياسي وفي كل الانهيارات والإخفاقات وفي كل هذه الحرائق والدماء الموجودة في مجتمعاتنا. ومع الأسف الشديد استثمر الدين استثماراً سيئاً في الحقل الثاني، في الحقل الذي جعله عاملاً من عوامل التخلف. يعني أنا أعيش في بغداد، وبصراحة أقول كل هذا النزيف والحرائق التي تجري في بغداد منذ سنوات طويلة، لو تبحث عنها أحد أسبابها الأساسية وجود يعني استثمار الدين استثماراً سيئاً في حياة الناس. لأنه تعلمون أن الجماعات التي انخرطت في القتال سواء كانوا من الشيعة أو من السنة، هؤلاء الشباب كانوا ضحية فهم معين للدين وقراءة لنصوصه أيضا مغلقة، بل قراءة فاشية لنصوص الدين. طبعا الدين مكون أساسي وعميق لماضينا وحاضرنا ومتغلغل بكل شيء في حياتنا، ولا يمكن فصل الدين من حياتنا بجرة قلم أو بشعار أو بدعوة في الواقع، وإنما لا مخلص. الدين قدر في حياتنا، هذه حقيقة ينبغي أن تفهم. والنهوض والخلاص يتوقف على إعادة بناء فهم ديني يواكب العصر، وإعادة قراءة نصوص الدين، وإعادة قراءة التراث الديني نفسه بأدوات جديدة يمكن أن تنتج النصوص الدينية معنى ديني يتناغم مع حياتنا ويصغي لآلامنا ومشكلاتنا. طبعا أي محاولة لإعادة البناء التربوي والتعليمي وفي بلادنا وبناء مؤسسات الدولة والمجتمع لابد أن تبدأ بإعادة بناء التفكير الديني، وإلا يحكم على هذه المحاولة سلفاً بالإخفاق. أنا لا أنكر أن حاجة الدين، حاجة الكائن البشري للدين حاجة عميقة، وقد تحدثت عن ذلك بشكل تفصيلي في الكتب الثلاثة التي أصدرتها في السنوات الأخيرة عن الدين والظمأ الأنطولوجي، الدين والاغتراب الميتافيزيقي، الدين والنزعة الإنسانية. بل ربما وجدني البعض أني تماديت وأسرفت في التعاطي مع العامل الديني، لأنه انتهيت إلى نتيجة أن الدين مكون أنطولوجي للكائن البشري، وتحدثت عن ذلك بالتفصيل في الدين والظمأ الأنطولوجي والدين والاغتراب الميتافيزيقي، وكيف أن الإنسان الذي يعيش خارج صلة حقيقية بالوجود المطلق وبالله يعيش حالة اغتراب ميتافيزيقي. طبعا أنا لا أنكر أن كل العوامل الأخرى، الجهل، الخوف وغير ذلك، الصراع الطبقي أيضا، لها عامل في حضور الدين في الحياة، لكني أذهب إلى أن هناك عامل أعمق وأبعد مدى، وهو العامل الحاجة الوجودية للدين. طبعا المؤسف أن الدين في حياتنا، يعني في الحياة الدينية للمسلمين أنا أتحدث خاصة، يختصره الدين الكلامي والفقهي، وليس الدين القيمي ولا الدين المقاصدي. والمشكلة تنشأ من هنا. كيف تنشأ المشكلة من هنا؟ لأن مشكلة التربية الدينية التي تبتني على علم الكلام وتقوم على الفقه أساساً تتضمن معتقدات وأحكام تعلي من مكانة من يتشبع بها على حساب بقية البشر. وأيضا الفقه يلزمه ببعض الأحكام في التعامل السلبي مع الآخرين، مع ذوي المعتقدات الأخرى أو الناس اللي هم أساساً خارج الأديان، يعني مثل عقيدة الفرقة الناجية، مثل عقيدة الولاء والبراء، مثل تكفير من لا يؤمن بهذا المعتقد. فلذلك الإنسان الذي يتشبع بمثل هذه المعتقدات، وتكون هذه المعتقدات مكوناً للا وعيه ولا شعوره الجمعي، لا يستطيع أن يتعامل مع الآخر المختلف في المعتقد تعاملاً إيجابياً، تعاملاً طبيعياً. طبعاً لا شك أن أيضاً المسؤولية الفردية على أساس المعتقدات اللي يبنيها علم الكلام، وأنا أعني بعلم الكلام المدونة الكلامية لكل الفرق الإسلامية، لا أستثني من ذلك فرقة من الفرق، لأن كل الفرق الإسلامية تورطت في التكفير كما سأشير. فالمسؤولية الفردية في سياق هذه المعتقدات أيضا وبعض الأحكام الفقهية ضئيلة جدا إن لم تكن منعدمة، وهذا معناه أنه لم ينشأ أو لم يتحقق مفهوم ومعنى الفرد في سياق هذا التراث. والتعددية تقوم أساساً، يعني ما لم يكن هناك معنى للفرد لا يمكن أن يتحقق معنى للتعددية، لأن انعدام معنى الفرد يعني أن كل إنسان يكون نسخة مكررة لغيره، لمن يتفق معه في المعتقد، وهذا يعني أن يتوحد الكل على معتقد واحد، رؤية واحدة، موقف واحد، سلوك واحد، وهذا يفضي إلى القضاء على التنوع والاختلاف في المجتمع. إذن ما لم يكن هناك معنى للفرد لا يكون هناك معنى أساساً للتعددية، ولا يكون هناك معنى أساساً للاختلاف. الحق في الاختلاف أيضاً ينتفي في مثل هذه الحالة. أيضاً ما لم يكن هناك معنى للفرد لا يكون هناك معنى للكرامة البشرية، لأنه الكرامة في الواقع تبقى وجود حرية في اختيار المعتقد، وحرية أيضاً في التفكير وفي التعبير. هذا أيضاً يسبب هذه المشكلة، يسبب نشوء بالتالي نزعة عنصرية. ومع وجود النزعة العنصرية لا يمكن أن نفكر في التعددية. فإذا بعد هذا الإيجاز لابد أن نفكر بصيغة للخلاص من هذا، يعني من هذه المعتقدات ومن هذه الأحكام، لكي نعترف بالتنوع، نعترف بالاختلاف، نستطيع أن نتعامل مع الآخر المختلف في عقيدته تعاملاً طبيعياً كما نتعامل مع المتفق في عقيدته. هل لا أود أن يفهم من كلامي هذا أني أدعو للخروج من الدين أو أدعو لمعاداة ومناهضة التراث. أنا في حياتي الشخصية إنسان مؤمن، في كل حياتي الشخصية كنت وما زلت مؤمنا وسأبقى مؤمنا، بل أضيف على ذلك أن في كل حياتي أيضا الشخصية ملتزم بالطقوس الدينية، وأؤدي الصلاة وأؤدي الفرائض الدينية بالمعنى المعروف عند الفقهاء والعبادات. لكني أيضا أعتقد أن المشكلة الإسلام الأساسية هي اختزال الإسلام في علم الكلام وفي الفقه، وبينت ذلك مفصلا في الورقة التي كتبتها، وهي ورقة موسعة وما أعرضه هو خلاصة لها. فإذا ما هي الدعوة التي أحملها؟ خلاصة هذه الدعوة أنه لا تعددية خارج دين القيم، يعني خارج الدين المقاصدي، الدين القيمي. ماذا أعني بالقيم؟ القيم ضرورة لأنسنة الإنسان، يعني الإنسان بلا قيم يخرج من إنسانيته ويتحول إلى كائن متوحش مخيف. القيم مثل سامية يتطلع ويسعى الإنسان للتحقق بها لتتكامل شخصيته ويثري حياته بالمعنى. ولن تبلغ القيم مدياتها القصوى لدى أي إنسان إلا لدى الأفذاذ من البشر، لكنه كل على شاكلته ويمكن أن يتحقق بالقيم بمرتبة من المراتب. فإذن هذا ما أعنيه بالقيم، هي ما يتأنسن به الإنسان وتتحقق به إنسانيته، يعني ما لم تتشبع حياة الإنسان بالقيم وتتحقق القيم في حياته، ولو كما قلت أنها لا تتحقق في صيغتها الكاملة والتامة 100%، بدرجة من الدرجات المعقولة، تبعا لذلك لا تتحقق إنسانية. تتحقق القيم تتحقق الإنسانية، لا تتحقق القيم لا تتحقق الإنسانية. بالضبط لإيضاح هذا الذي أقوله أشير إلى أن هناك 3 مجموعات من القيم. في قيم روحية، وقيم أخلاقية، وقيم جمالية. حاجة الإنسان للحياة الروحية حاجة أصيلة وعميقة، وهذا ما أعنيه بالحاجة الوجودية، وأن الدين مكون وجودي وأنطولوجي بالنسبة للكائن البشري. وحاجة الإنسان للقيم الأخلاقية أيضا معروفة، الإنسان يحتاج الصدق، يحتاج الأمانة، يحتاج الثقة، يحتاج كل هذه القيم الأخلاقية التي تحمي حياته ويعيش آمنا في المجتمع. وإلا لولا القيم الأخلاقية تتحول الحياة إلى حلبة صراع بين كائنات متوحشة. كما يحتاج الإنسان إلى القيم الجمالية، يعني حاجة الإنسان للجمال حاجته لحاجاته الأساسية، يعني كما يحتاج الإنسان لأي حاجة أساسية في حياته يحتاج أيضا إلى تذوق الجمال، وسواء كان الجمال يعبر عنه بالصوت، يعبر عنه بالصورة، يعبر عنه بأي شكل من الأشكال يعني. ومعروف هذا يعني في كل الفنون السمعية والبصرية أنه كم حاجة الإنسان له. الآن تعرفون في دراسات في علم النفس مهمة تتحدث عن أثر الموسيقى على معالجة حالات الاكتئاب، معالجة حالات الاضطراب، الرسم أيضا، التمثيل إلى آخره. فإذا القيم الروحية تحقق الإنسان كمالا، والقيم الجمالية والقيم الأخلاقية كل واحدة منها تحقق كمال على شاكلتها. طبعا الحقيقة القيمية كالحقيقة الدينية، كما أن الحقيقة الدينية يدركها الإنسان بالتدريج عبر التاريخ، وعبر تطور معارفه وخبراته وعلومه وتجاربه. كذلك الحقيقة القيمية، أدوات الفهم ووسائل الفهم كلما تطورت عند الإنسان تطور وعيه بحاجته للقيم وبأهمية هذه القيم وبوظيفتها. وأشرت إلى أنه الآن الموسيقى، علم النفس، يعيننا كثير في معرفة حاجتنا إلى الموسيقى مثلا. فهذه هي خلاصة عن أنواع القيم واللي نحتاجها في حياتنا واللي تأنسنا، يعني تجعل الإنسان إنسانا. ما هو المعيار بالنسبة إلى القيم الأخلاقية؟ يعني كيف يمكن أن نصنف قيمة من القيم الأخلاق بأنها قيمة أخلاقية وأخرى لا نقول أنها قيمة أخلاقية؟ المعيار الذي أعتمده أنا هو الكونية والكرامة. ماذا أعني بالكونية؟ أعني بالكونية أن الناس بمختلف أديانهم، بمختلف ثقافاتهم، بمختلف العصور والأزمنة التي يعيشون فيها، هم يحتاجون إلى الصدق، يحتاجون إلى الأمانة، يحتاجون إلى الثقة، يحتاجون هذه القيم. المعيار الآخر اللي أعتمده بالنسبة إلى القيم الأخلاقية هو الكرامة. يعني كل ما يحفظ كرامة الإنسان ويحميها، أيا كان هذا الإنسان في أي عصر من العصور، في أي ثقافة يعيش، يتبنى أي ثقافة من الثقافات، ما يحفظ كرامته هو هذا قيمة أخلاقية. ما يحط من كرامته لا يكون قيمة أخلاقية، مهما كانت المبررات، سواء كانت المبررات دينية أو ثقافية أو سياسية، مهما كانت، ما يحط من كرامة الإنسان لا يمكن تصنيفه على القيم الأخلاقية. وبالتالي ما يحط من كرامة الإنسان هو ضرب من العنصرية كما تعرفون. والعنصرية خطيئة من الخطايا الكبرى التي ظهرت في الحياة البشرية وما زالت تفرض حضورها وبأقنعتها المختلفة. مرة تحضر بشكل مباشر، وإذا عجزت عن الحضور بشكل مباشر تحضر بشكل رمزي، تحضر في اللغة، تحضر بالأدب، تحضر بالفن، تحضر في كل تعبيرات الإنسان في كل الثقافات. تارة تحضر مضمرة وتارة تحضر ظاهرة. طبعا الإنسان يحتاج الصدق، يحتاج المساواة، يحتاج الحرية، يحتاج العدل، يحتاج الأمانة، لكن كل هذه مهمتها الأساسية حماية الكرامة الإنسانية من الانتهاك. وعلى هذا الأساس ذهب الإعلان العالمي لحقوق الإنسان إلى أن حقوق الإنسان قيم لا ترتبط بالثقافات المحلية والمجتمعية، وإنما هي قيم كونية شاملة. هذه القيم لكل البشر في العالم مهما كانت ثقافاتهم ومهما كانت أماكنهم ومهما كانت مواطن عيشهم.
أستاذ، هل يمكن أن توجز في دقيقة ليتسع الوقت للحديث للنقاش؟
يبدو أنا لم أدخل في صلب البحث، يعني
هو
لأنه أنا كنت أريد أن أتحدث عن علم الكلام عند طبعا المدونة الكلامية، وكيف أن علم الكلام في الواقع هو سبب أساسي، يعني منبع أساسي لإعاقة ولادة التعددية الدينية والثقافية والسياسية في مجتمعاتنا، وكيف أن الفقه أيضا في بعض مسائله أيضا عامل للإعاقة. مثلا موضوع التكفير كما تعلمون. إذن أنا أعطيني فرصة أكثر من دقيقة.
دقيقتين تفضل. أعتذر.
شكرا لك.
تفضل.
أنت إنسان جميل. طبعا استبد التكفير في عالم الإسلام مع الأسف الشديد، وأقرأ هنا نص للغزالي، وتعرفون أن الغزالي أيضا نفسه تورط في التكفير، لأنه لو تقرؤون كتابه تهافت الفلاسفة وحتى كتب الأخرى تتعرفون على موقفه اللي كان موقف عنيف وحاد جدا من الفلاسفة. يقول الغزالي: كل فرقة تكفر مخالفها وتنسبه إلى تكذيب الرسول، فالحنبلي يكفر الأشعري زاعما أنه كذب الرسول في الاستواء على العرش، والأشعري يكفره في إثبات الفوق لله تعالى، والأشعري يكفره زاعما أنه مشبه وكذب الرسول في أنه ليس كمثله شيء، والأشعري يكفر المعتزلي في أنه كذب رسول الله في عدم جواز رؤية الله وفي نفي إثبات العلم والقدرة والصفات، والمعتزلي يكفر الأشاعرة زاعما أن إثبات الصفات تكفير للقدماء وتكذيب للرسول في التوحيد، ولا ينجيك من هذه الورطة إلا أن تعرف حد التكذيب والتصديق وحقيقتهما فيه، فينكشف لك غلو هذه الفرق وإسرافها في تكفير بعضها البعض. المشكلة أن التكفير يلغي الحق في الاختلاف ويفرض بناء نوع من القيم اللي توحد الناس على رؤية اعتقادية واحدة ويجعلهم كأنهم نسخة واحدة، ولذلك ما يمكن بناء قيم التنوع والتعددية والعيش المشترك في إطار التكفير. التكفير حقيقة ليس خاصا بالإسلام، وإنما موجود في مختلف الأديان. الخبراء في الكتاب المقدس يعرفون التكفير في اليهودية، ويعرفون أيضا التكفير في المسيحية، خصوصا مسيحية ما قبل الحداثة الغربية. أنا نزولا على رغبة الأستاذ رئيس الجلسة فمضطر أن أتوقف، وإن كان لم أتحدث إلا القليل، يعني 10% من الورقة التي أعددتها. شكرا مرة أخرى لصديقنا الدكتور محمد حصحاص ولكل فريق العمل معه، وشكرا أيضا لهذه الدعوة الكريمة، وشكرا لكم أصدقائي جميعا.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ عبدالجبار رفاعي. نرجو أن تبقى معنا لأنه سيكون عندكم الوقت للمناقشة لاحقا. ونعطي الآن الكلمة بالإنجليزية للأستاذة Elizabeth Susan Kassab. I introduce her first, our guest, Professor Susan Kassab. Studied philosophy at the American University of Beirut and the University of Freiburg. She taught in Lebanon and the American University of Beirut and Balamand, and she has been visiting professor in a number of universities in Europe and the US, including Bonn, Columbia, Yale, and Brown universities. Since 2016, she has been associate professor of philosophy at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies in Qatar. Her research interests lie in modern and contemporary history of Arab thought and culture. Kassab is the author of the renowned, I should say, the classic now of contemporary Arab thought, cultural critique and comparative perspective in 2010, and Enlightenment on the Eve of Revolution, the Egyptian and Syrian debates in 2019, both published by Columbia University Press. Please, Professor Kassab, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Is my voice okay?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yes. First of all, I want to thank you. I know that we tried last year for me to join the conference. It didn't work because of visa issues. And this time it's the virus, but luckily we have this medium. So I'm very happy to finally join your forum And I'm also honored really to be on the panel together with Dr. Rifai, whose work I really salute. He's been working in the most formidable conditions in Baghdad. Okay, what I have to share with you.
Professor Kassab, I don't see your video. Now, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, skip back. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry for the interruption.
So what I would like to share with you today are a few observations from my reading of contemporary Arab thought. I've been reading texts of this intellectual history for many years now. And so I'm going to share with you 3 ideas. First of all, I'm going to talk about the persistence of politics and political thinking in the last century. Then I want to speak a little bit about the transformations of this political thinking in the different periods of the century. And my last point will be the work I did on the eve of the revolutions of the 2011-2010 revolts. First of all, the persistence of political thinking. Now, one might find this strange, why to say that, you know, there is political interest in reading events politically in the Arab world. Why do I say this? Why do I feel the need to insist on this? Because culturalism and identity issues and authenticity issues have been so dominating and noisy that sometimes we can't hear the political reading amongst all this culture talk. Now, I claim, my reading says that there was an interest in politics from the very beginning. You know that, I mean, the standard narrative, the standard story is that the main question of the Nahda was, why have others progressed and we have lagged behind? Now, I find it very interesting that somebody like Tahtawi had a very clear answer to this question. For him, the key to progress was not the revival of Turath, was not the insistence of authenticity and identity. The man had no identity issues. He was an Egyptian, he was a Muslim and very happy with it. The man said, others have progressed because they have political justice. And his reading of the French political system, the Constitution, which he translated, he saw what he saw in this progress, in this example of the success story, was that these people have political justice, which means that the ruler is accountable, that there are laws and regulations and political bodies that hold the ruler accountable. Now, this is a very interesting idea. When we move to 67 and post-67, you know that, well, the standard story is that with this defeat and the trauma of the defeat, the question was, why did we got defeated? And there were, you know, soul-searching exercises to look that the defeat was not only military and political, but that it was also cultural, that there was something wrong in our way of thinking. And so you see from that point onwards, a lot of concern and work on culturalism. In other words, to say that there is something wrong in our culture. We need to see, is it our tradition? Is it our religion? We have to examine our modes of thinking. And my first book was on this gaze inwards, yani this attempt to not spend time and energy saying how dangerous the enemies are, but also to see that your own modes of defense are defective. And in the growth of this culturalistic examination, what got lost was voices which said that we got defeated because we don't have democracy. And I think that some people whose voices unfortunately were not magnified enough, like Saadallah Wannous, who in the aftermath of the defeat, yani immediately a few months after the defeat, the man said, you know what? We got defeated because the people were disappeared, تغييب الشعب, which means that it is the lack of democracy, the lack of political participation that led to the defeat. And from that time onwards, the issue of the post-independence state became increasingly a big issue. It is true that you still had people talking about authenticity and modernity, asala wa hadatha wa asala, yani this almost a mental disease, I would say. It's true that that game still went on and is still going on, but some other people drew attention to politics, to say in the sense that this sovereign state, which we had after independence, turned out to be a monster because we did not manage, we as people, to control it. And of course, this becomes, as the state really goes bankrupt and fails in all its, say, in its welfare services, but also in the respect of the human, yani not only did it start to fail, it became aggressive, it became a warring machine against local populations. And we know what happened in Iraq, in Syria, in Egypt. So this issue of the state took central place. Now, in my own narrative was criticized, and rightly so, I think, by saying that I only looked after 67. Well, that was my project, but I think it's important for us to pay attention also to what happened in the 50s. Because the more I read about those early post-independence period, I realized that everything was played already then. Yani, people's attempt to demand political rights, to demand democracy were crushed already in the 50s. So attempts at despotism, at dictatorship, at a one-party system, etc., all of this took place in the 50s. And what we witnessed with the 67 defeat and the disasters following it actually are reverberations or developments of that early period. We have it all in the 50s already. And I've been reading really memoirs and witnesses of this period, a lot of them by women in Morocco, in Algeria, as to what happened after independence. What were people aspiring to and how things took a different turn. So I think that there is a line that persists in modern and contemporary Arab thought that is heavily political. By political, I mean that when people, Arabs, came to reflect on the way things were developing, they paid attention to politics, primarily to political participation, to democracy, and the lack thereof. Now, of course, things culminate and get exacerbated increasingly on the eve of the revolts And my second book actually was a reading of some of the debates that took place in Syria and in Egypt. And there was a lot of talk about tanwir, enlightenment. And, you know, I'm a curious person, so I did some eavesdropping. I wanted to know, what were these people talking about? And my conclusion was that what people demanded by demanding tanwir was not, wallah, further studies of Rousseau or, you know, editions of translations of Montesquieu. No, no, no. People were saying the human being in our societies got destroyed. And what we need to do is to reconstruct the human. So, and those of us who know, and most of us know, that in Syria, for instance, this is not a metaphor. Unfortunately, in most of our countries, there is little room for metaphor because things are real. And so the destruction that people are facing, we're facing the destruction of the social fabric, of course, the wiping out of civil society, and what people were demanding, I called political humanism. And it seems to me that I'm very interested, Yani, what Dr. Rifai spoke about humanism. I think for us in the Arab world today, humanism has become really a big concern. Not because, wallah, we have time and we are doing readings of the 13th century of Cicero and have the leisure of enjoying Montaigne. No, no. Because we are witnessing the crushing of the human being, not only by the regimes before the revolutions, but today. What is happening in Egypt, what is happening in Syria, in Iraq, yani, and all these attempts to reaffirm human dignity, human freedom, political rights. And my last remark is the following. As I was reading these tanwir debates, you have people who are
Professor, we missed your last 20 seconds.
Okay, I was saying that the last point I want to make is about different fields of discourse in the Arab world.
In 2 minutes, yes?
Yeah. What I notice is that you have people who are very anchored in the reality, who speak out of the lived realities. The torture, the despotism, the social injustice, the crushing of human life. And you have a group of thinkers who reproduce the same discourse. I'm going to give an example. I haven't developed this yet. And for instance, in the scholarly circles, يعني nice professors who come together and say, Yalla, we want to make a conference on tanwir. So the first thing that comes to mind is turath. Yani the opposition to turath and tanwir, tradition and enlightenment, and how we are going to solve this polarization. A lot of talk about the West. The West is enlightenment, a Western notion. How do we indigenize it, etc. And how careful we should be not to politicize enlightenment. And no, we need to be scholarly and we have to be objective. And these are the established big professors, whereas those guys I read, none of them is concerned with the West. Not once did I see in those discourses any concern with the West. They don't have time for that. Nobody's worried about tradition. And they take tanwir to be highly political. So I thought, how interesting. Same years, 90s, 2000, talk about Tanweer, but in different ways. People, yalla, reproducing the West to tradition, no politics, let's be scholarly. And on the other side, people who have no interest and they don't see any point in raising issues about the West or about tradition, and they see politics as the primary matter. So I'm puzzled, and I want to see how can I shed light on that difference. How do I reread Bourdieu and educate myself as to how to, so I welcome suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kassab, for this also very complimentary talk to them, some of the ideas that were mentioned before by Professor Rifai and his emphasis on the dignity of the human being in reading religion and theology in general. And this also was mentioned partly with Professor Haddad and in the conference today, in the first panel, and also in the school 2 days ago, where he emphasized that people are focusing more and more or on more practical issues than on theoretical issues related to the type of the state in the abstract, but look for more solutions to concrete issues related to jobs, to justice, to work, etc. I shouldn't say steal time from the participants who have questions. I think there are already a couple of questions. We can allow the use of the camera if the speaker can be very short, either in Arabic or in English. So, Richard Caputo, please. No, he's not here. Rui Pinto. They have written here their answers. Maybe they are muted. Richard Caputo, his question is in English, says to Professor Rifai, how would you go about adjudicating religious practices that some would say diminish the dignity of humankind, particularly regarding the role of women in society? Is the translation done? I can't see reactions.
Mohammed, for those that are simply attendees, they don't have the right to turn on their microphone. That's the way that the webinar is organized. So for those, you're going to have to read them, unfortunately. So there's a few, as you see, the ones coming in on the Q&A, which can be read out loud. And then also Professor Fadel had a question, which
yes. Let's see, Ismail Logali, he says, هل عولمة منظومة القيم لها دور في الصراعات الحضارية الحالية? We'll collect some 4 questions first. هل عولمة منظومة القيم لها دور في الصراعات الحضارية الحالية؟ Then there is Abdelghani Chafi, that's comment. إضافة أعتقد أن النزعة العنصرية مرتبطة بسوء تأويل النص الديني أو النص العقدي بحيث أن مختلف من أول وفسر بعض النصوص سقطوا في النزعة العنصرية نحو المخالف في الدين. That's comment. Please, commentaries, no commentaries. If you have questions, direct questions. Professor Fadel, please go.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the lovely presentations. This is for Professor Kassab. Regarding the binary Turath Hadatha binary, I wholeheartedly support your line of argument that this has been a destructive debate for the Arab world. But there is one question that I think we need to think about, because you're, at least the way I hear you, you're making a sharp division between political thinking and culturalist thinking. But it seems to me that there must still be a connection between the two. If we're going to talk about free government, if we think of democracy as our ideal, I think it must follow that we believe that we have moral values immanent to our society that enable us to be democratic, self-governing citizens. And this is where the question of culture, I think, has to intersect with politics in one way or the other, right? So to what extent do we have, sociologically speaking, right, the kind of values necessary to function as democratic citizens? I mean, this is ultimately, I think, the debate among various different groups and various different tendencies in the Arab world. You know, some radical secularist conceptions will say, well, as long as people are religious, they don't have democratic values. So they're not entitled to democracy. And that can lead to, in extreme situations, genocide, as we're seeing in Syria under the rubric of protecting minorities from an oppressive majority, right? So at the end of the day, I still think it's crucial in order to defend the Arab human, right, to defend the decency of the values of the Arab human. So I don't know if we can completely avoid the question of culturalism here. I don't know if you have any reaction.
Good. One more question and then we give you the floor, right, to react first. Mohammed bin Ayad.
أستاذ الرفاعي. طيب، هناك ما نلحظ حاليا في الزمن المعاصر الآن ما يسمى بالصحوات الدينية أو عودة الدين إلى الحياة الإنسانية. هذه الصحوات أحيانا يواكبها جمال مصاحب بمعنى إرادة فهم أو استزادة بالتعرف على الدين، ولكن أحيانا يقابلها في الناحية الأخرى هذا ما يسمى بالقنص أو البحث عن مؤنقين جدد أو القراءة الفجة للدين. كيف يمكن أن نتبين هذه الأشياء وانتشال هذا الدين وجعله في منأى عن هذه القراءة الفجة بإضافة رؤى جمالية لهذا الدين وبمنح هذه القيم الجمالية التي يمكن أن تتسيد عن هذه الأوضاع السيئة والشائعة. شكرا جزيلا.
Okay, one more question from Ismail Doghali. Yes.
السلام عليكم. شكرا أستاذ رفاعي وأستاذة سوزان. سؤالي يندرج في الموضوعين الذي فيما تطرقتم له في موضوعكما. هل عولمة منظومة القيم لها دور في الصراعات الحضارية الحالية؟ لأنه حسب ما ذكر سالفا المفكر المغربي الدكتور مهدي مجرى الذي تطرق في كتابه قيمة القيم إلى أن عولمة منظومة القيم ستؤدي إلى عدم تبادل الثقافات الذي قد يؤدي إلى عالم بعد. بصيغته كان وجه للقوى العظمى كمثال أمريكا بأن بعولمتها لهذه القيم ستؤدي إلى عدم حوار الحضارات بين الشعوب.
Mohammed, can I ask a question to Dr. Rifai or not now?
Yes, please do.
دكتور رفاعي، سؤالي لحضرتك يعني بخصوص فكرة الإنسانية والإنسانوية، وأنا أرى أن هذا مفهوم محوري لوقتنا الحاضر. كيف تؤسس هذا المفهوم؟ يعني هل تعمل على تطويره على أي أساس، بأي مرجعية؟ كيف تفكر بتطوير هذا المفهوم؟ شكرا.
هذا تقريبا نفس السؤال من طرف الفيلم من المغرب، يعني كيف يمكن للمجتمع ما أن يكون شموليا أو منفتحا على تعدد الهويات والأفكار فيما يخص القيم كالمجتمع. يعطي نموذج للمجتمع المغربي. يس الأستاذ رفاعي ممكن ناخذ 3 دقائق.
شكرا لكل المتدخلين. الحقيقة أنا أجاوب جوابا عاما يعني، وأتمنى أن يتضح من خلال هذا الجواب المنهج الذي أعتمده. أما المرجعية التي أعتمدها أساسا، فأنا أعتمد مرجعية عقلية قرآنية، يعني بمعنى أنه أعتمد العقل بشكل أساسي، ومكاسب العقل الحديث في الفلسفة وعلوم الإنسان والمجتمع في فهم الدين كظاهرة أبدية عميقة في الحياة البشرية، وفهم النص الديني. القرآن ككتاب، أنا مسلم، مرجعيتي القرآن أساساً، لكن أدواتي في فهم القرآن ليس الأدوات المعروفة في التراث، وإنما هي أدوات تعتمد منطقاً ومنهجاً بديلاً أساساً لأدوات التراث. ما يعارض القرآن، طبعاً القرآن أساساً عندي أنا أقرأ القرآن بوصفه كتاب مهمة الأساسية التأكيد على التوحيد والتأكيد على الدين القيم. بتعبير الإخوان المغاربة، أقرأ القرآن قراءة مقاصدية بالمعنى القيمي، وأنظر إلى الآيات الواردة في القرآن الكريم، الآيات مثلا التي تتحدث عن الإماء وتتحدث عن الرقيق، بل حتى الآيات التي تتحدث عن القتال، وهي كثيرة في القرآن وليست قليلة. هذه الآيات آيات تاريخية. يعني مشكلة القراءة التقليدية للقرآن، يعني لفهم القرآن، أنها قراءة لا تاريخية تتعاطى مع كل آية وردت في القرآن بوصف هذه الآية شاملة مطلقة، كما يقول علماء أصول الفقه فيها إطلاق أحوالي يعني لكل الحالات، وفيها إطلاق أزماني يعني لكل الأزمان، لكل زمن ومكان. أنا أقرأ هذه الآيات قراءة تاريخية وليست قراءة لا تاريخية. هذه الآيات محكومة بظروف عصر النزول، بظروف عصر البعثة، وإلا بناء على الرأي المتغلب والسائد، فذلك يعني أن هذه الآيات بشكل صريح تنفي التعددية، بشكل صريح. يعني لا يمكن الجمع بينها وبين الآيات الأخرى التي تؤكد على حرية الإنسان وكرامته. في القرآن الكريم آية اللي هي آية تكريم بني آدم، ولقد كرمنا بني آدم وحملناهم في البحر والبحر في البر والبحر إلى آخر الآية. التكريم هنا أفهمه أنا بمعنى أنه حقيقة وجودية، حقيقة أنطولوجية. التكريم هذا مقام أنطولوجي للإنسان، ولذلك أي شيء يمس هذا التكريم يتعارض معه أن ينفى. مضافا إلى ذلك أن القرآن حافل بعدد لا بأس به من الآيات التي تتحدث عن حرية الاعتقاد بشكل صريح. مثلا لا إكراه في الدين، قد تبين الرشد من الغي، إنك لا تهدي من أحببت ولكن الله يهدي من يشاء، ولو شاء ربك لآمن من في الأرض كلهم جميعا أفأنت تكره الناس حتى يكونوا مؤمنين، وقل الحق من ربكم فمن شاء فليؤمن ومن شاء فليكفر. يا أيها الذين آمنوا عليكم أنفسكم لا يضركم من ضل إذا اهتديتم إلى الله مرجعكم جميعا فينبئكم بما كنتم تعملون. إنما أنت مذكر، يخاطب النبي الكريم، لست عليهم بمسيطر، ولو شاء الله ما أشركوا وما جعلناك عليهم حفيظا وما أنت عليهم بوكيل، نحن أعلم بما يقولون وما أنت عليهم بجبار فذكر بالقرآن من يخاف وعيد، إلى آخره. أما إن هذه الآيات بناء على منطق علوم القرآن القديم تنسخها بمجموعها الآية المعروفة بآية السيف. طبعا هذه الآية لم يذكر فيها السيف لكنها اشتهرت بآية السيف. هذا كلام غير منطقي في الواقع. هذا الكلام معناه يعطل كل منظومة القيم القرآنية. فآية السيف هي آية تاريخية مرتبطة بعصر النزول وبواقعة خاصة، بواقعة محددة. فإذا أنا أقرأ القرآن قراءة قيمية، وكل ما يتعارض مع هذه القيم رأيي بي أقرأ قراءة مرتبطة بظروف عصر النص. أما ما أثاره بعض الإخوان من أن هناك تعارض بين ملزمات القيم، يعني قيم محلية في ثقافة معينة كالثقافات والأديان الهندية مثلا، أو في مجتمعات أخرى تفرض على المرأة أو على الطفل أو على غيره سلوك معين، مواقف معينة تنظر إليها نظرة معينة. القيم الكونية، قيم حقوق الإنسان، تصطدم بهذه الثقافة، فينجم عن ذلك صدام بين ملزمات القيم. الحقيقة لا يصح إلا الصحيح. يعني لو تمسكنا بمثل هذه القيم العنصرية اللي تحط من قيمة الإنسان وكرامة الإنسان، وعلى أساس أن هذه القيم هي اللي تبشر بها القوى الإمبريالية في العالم وبالتالي يجب التخلي عنها، هذه القيم طبعا هذا فهم غير دقيق، لأن هذه القيم ليست قيم إمبريالية، وإنما هي قيم تطورت في سياق العقل البشري، خبرته، ثقافات البشرية والأديان أيضا. الأديان مهدت تمهيد كبير وأساسي لبلوغ الإنسان هذه المرتبة، لأنه كل قيمة من القيم هي عبارة عن كائن تاريخي. الحرية على سبيل المثال، الحرية كائن تاريخي. البشرية احتاجت إلى عشرات الآلاف من السنين وعشرات الآلاف من القرابين على مذبح الحرية. كل قربان من هذه القرابين سقى شجرة الحرية بماء الحياة، إلى أن وصل تطور مفهوم الحرية إلى أن وصل إلى صورته اليوم. حقوق الإنسان أيضا، الحقوق البشرية العامة، هذه الحقوق تطورت أيضا بشكل تدريجي إلى أن وصلت إلى صورتها. حتى المساواة لم تبلغ المساواة صورتها المنصوص عليها في لائحة حقوق الإنسان إلا بعد تضحيات هائلة، الثورات الكثيرة والكبيرة التي ظهرت في تاريخ البشرية. أنا أعتقد ما في الآن إنسان، خلي أقول، منطق الأخلاق سوي وعنده ضمير أخلاقي يقبل باللامساواة والتمييز، سواء كان عنصريا أو عقديا أو ثقافيا أو جغرافيا بين بني البشر، لأن هذا ينتمي إلى ديانة معينة متفوق على ديانة أخرى، لأن هذا ينتمي إلى جغرافيا معينة متفوق على جغرافيا أخرى، ينتمي إلى ثقافة معينة متفوقة على ثقافة أخرى. المساواة كقيمة، قيمة أخلاقية. المساواة ليست سببا للإمبريالية، الحرية ليست سببا للإمبريالية أو الاستعمار. الإمبريالية والاستعمار في الواقع هي على الضد من هذه القيم الإنسانية، وإن كانت تقنعت وظهرت بجلباب وقناع أنها تدعو إلى هذه القيم، لأنه الحركات الفاشية اللي ظهرت في تاريخ البشرية كثير منها استخدمت المقدس واستخدمت الدين كقناع. داعش على سبيل المثال، داعش جماعة فاشية أبادت للحرثة والنسل ودمرت الحياة، وأنا شاهد مأساة داعش في العراق. داعش أيضا تنطلق من مدونة فقهية ومن أحكام منصوصة، عندها مرجعية فقهية ومرجعية عقدية تنطلق منها.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ. شكرا. نمشي للأستاذة سوزان. وقبل أن أعطيك الكلمة هناك طالب يقول تويو أردي طاهير يقول he says do you think that تجديدا تراث debate is now obsolete as a debate? And they don't read he says it's still relevant in Indonesia. And please, the floor is yours.
I'm going to give two quick answers. First of all, about the concern with identity, authenticity, tradition. I think these are valuable issues. I'm not for just discarding these questions. And if we take the colonial past and questions of hegemony, I think these are delicate questions that have to be addressed. And Arabs are not the only ones. Actually, most of the Earth's population had to deal with it. In my first book, I looked a little bit at the debates in Africa, in Latin America, and these agonizing questions about the sense of self are all over the place. I'm not against raising the question. I worry about getting fixated on them and not moving forward. And especially that if these questions were the pressing questions of a certain period, today, people have other pressing issues. As to the question of Professor Fadel concerning culture and politics, again, away from metaphors, if I'm a Syrian or an Egyptian and I'm being tortured in a prison, I don't think the question is, wallah, let me see, is torture okay with my culture? Yani, would I raise a culturalist question? La, I don't want to be tortured. If I am being robbed of my future, of my bread, again, in a non-metaphorical sense, today in every single Arab country, do I wonder, no, wallah, malish, if it's in my culture to be robbed, it's okay. La. So politics in a very specific, concrete sense, in terms of human dignity, مش هيك an idea, nice, dentelle, يعني. Politics in the sense of not being arrested arbitrarily, not being tortured, not being a victim of organized mafias who govern us. These are the pressing issues of the Arab world today. This is what constitutes politics. And I think that for people, and I think the whole movement, it took a big scope in 2010, 2011, but these were not the first movements to actually demand control over rulers, how public affairs are run. And they have not, these people, the struggle did not raise a single time a cultural question. And wallah, let me see, is dictatorship okay with my culture, or is democracy? وهيدا كله another fake question. Islam and democracy.
Yeah. Fadel, you want?
Yeah, just a quick response. Obviously, I agree 100% with Professor Kassab, but I mean, just to complete the picture though, she's raising the question from the perspective of the victims of these crimes, which is completely natural, right? But we have to recognize that the torturers, all the criminals claim they are acting on principle, and they have their supporters. They claim that they are doing these actions out of necessity because the so-called victims of their torture are actual fascist criminals, genocidal, who have no respect for any human rights and therefore have no right basically to survive, right? That's what's going on in Syria. And sadly, you have lots of apologists for them in the West parroting that line, right? And so this is what I was saying, is that we're forced into a defense of the decency of the median Arab person, because we are constantly being told that they are barbarians and can be killed without any price. That is also part of the political reality.
Yes, those are there. And I would like to shed light on other voices, people who have other concerns, who are the victims. And you open the door here to a very crucial issue, which is the connection between intellectuals and the state in the Arab world. And in my latest book, it became very, very relevant, for instance, in Egypt. In Syria, forget it, because the Syrian regime was not even concerned about creating any rhetoric, justificatory rhetoric. In Egypt, you have those secular, so-called secularists, yani non-Islamists, state intellectuals who wanted to defend the state, to the secular state and what have you. And I think it has to do with all the history of the connection between the intelligentsia and the state, particularly in Egypt. So yes, which intellectual are we talking about? And this is what I was trying to say. And at the end, increasingly, I notice how important it is to differentiate between groups of intellectuals in the Arab world.
Good. Thank you very much. We have a couple of questions and comments, but I don't see Professor Rifai. Maybe for internet reasons, he is not here. الأستاذ رفاعي, هل أنت هنا? Because there is one major question that I wanted to pose and someone else is making. أرى هنا. الأستاذ رفاعي.
نعم.
من الجزائر الأستاذة فوزية بيبي تقول: ألا تعتقد أن القراءات الحديثة للقرآن هي كذلك لا تعطي صورة كاملة عن معاني القرآن، أي أنها هي نفسها تعاني من اختلالات، أو بمعنى آخر هل ذلك معناه إسلام لايت، يعني بمعنى باللاتيني أو بالإنجليزي؟ وشكرا. We have to close. عندنا دقيقتين, 2 minutes, and Professor Rifai and Kasabi if she wants to come back, and we close. تفضل.
أنا غير منحاز للقراءات الحداثية للقرآن. أنا منحاز للقراءات التي يحكمها منطق العقل والعلم. ولا شك أن العقل بطبيعته كائن تاريخي يتطور تبعاً لتطور العلوم والمعارف، لأن العقل كما يقول الفلاسفة هو معقولاته. كلما تطورت المعقولات يعني العلوم والمعارف يتطور العقل. ولا شك أن الوعي البشري يتطور بمرور التاريخ. ليست القراءة الحداثية أو الحديثة للقرآن قراءة نهائية. أنا أشرت في بداية كلمتي أنه إحنا بحاجة إلى تجديد أدوات النظر وتجديد مناهج الفهم حتى ننتج معنى ديني لحياتنا يتناغم مع مشكلات هذه الحياة اليوم.
طيب.
أنا مثلا عندي استفسارات في المعاني التي يقدمها العرفاء الكبار مثل ابن عربي، لكن لا أقلد ابن عربي، ولا أعتقد أن رؤية ابن عربي في كل شيء هي القراءة النهائية. ابن عربي مثل محطة من محطات تطور الوعي الديني والبصيرة الروحية. وهكذا الحياة لا تنتهي فيها المعرفة ولا يتوقف فيها العقل. فإذا قراءات القرآن قراءات يفرضها العقل الحديث والعلوم والمعارف الحديثة، اللي هو العقل الحديث في الواقع يتكون وعيه ورؤيته في سياق العلوم والمعارف الحديثة، وهذا العقل يتطور غدا بشكل آخر وينتج معناه الديني المواكب للحياة وقتئذ.
طيب شكرا، ونعتذر عن المقاطعة. نحن متأخرين لأنه هناك جلسة بعد قليل ونحن متأخرون عنها. الأستاذ كساب كلمة أخيرة
Thank you.
شكرا. Both panelists, Professor Kassam and Professor Rifai, thank you very much, and thank you for the interaction from the participants. We take a break of 7 minutes for the interpreters, for everyone, and we come back for the next session, and we apologize for the delay. Thank you very much. شكرا جزيلا.
Federica, mi... Pronto?
Pronto? Professore?
Sì, sono Silvio Ferrari. Lei è Federica?
Sono io. La sento benissimo, ma vedo solo la sua fronte.
Adesso aspetti che mi muovo.
È vero che avrà comunque delle schede, no? Delle slide.
No, avrò delle slide. Allora, vediamo se...
Vediamo solo un muro.
Adesso cerchiamo di farmi vedere.
Ecco, perfetto.
Lei fa la giornalista?
Sì.
Sì?
Io faccio la giornalista.
Per Avvenire?
Per Avvenire.
Ho un ritorno nel microfono. Allora, vediamo.
Forse è collegato anche su YouTube?
Aspetti che provo. Adesso...
Ciao
no,
Silvio.
un attimo.
Siamo su YouTube, quindi dobbiamo fare spettacolo.
Forse il professore è collegato anche con la pagina di YouTube e allora sente entrambi?
Adesso no, ho sempre questo ritorno. Aspetti che cerco di risolvere la cosa.
Noi la sentiamo bene.
I lost Professor Ferrari. Sophia, can you see him? I lost him. I'm more connected.
No, I think he went out and is going to come back in because of the...
Okay.
So you should be back. Professor Ferrari?
Mi sente?
Sì, la sentiamo.
Pronto? Benissimo, adesso cerco anche di farmi vedere.
Bene, bene, bene.
Adesso sentiamo un po' un ritorno, un eco.
Allora.
Ci sente bene? Ok.
È riuscita a vedermi?
La vediamo?
È riuscita a sentirmi?
Perfetto. E lei ci sente bene?
Bene.
Okay, so shall we start? We lost a few attendees, but I think it's because of the time as well. So thank you, Professors Kassab, Hashas, and Rifai for your outstanding panel, really. And now we are entering panel 3. So I want to remind you that we are still working in the frame of session 1, on liberty in Mediterranean constitutional traditions, changes and challenges. And this panel, panel 3, is on liberty in European and American constitutions and institutions. So let me introduce our panelists. We have Professor Silvio Ferrari. Professor Silvio Ferrari is Professor of Law and Religion at University of Milan. He was a visiting professor at the University of California, at the Institute for Advanced Legal Studies in London, and at the École pratique des hautes études de Paris, at the University of Leuven and the Center for Theological Inquiry. His publications in English include Handbook of Religious Laws in 2019, Religious Rules, State Law and Normative Pluralism, a Comparative Overview in 2016, Handbook of Law and Religion in 2015, Religion in Public Spaces, Law and Religion in Post-Communist Europe in 2003. His main fields of interest are law and religion in Europe, with a comparative law of religions, particularly Jewish law, canon law, and Islamic law, and the Vatican policy in the Middle East. He is honorary president of International Consortium for Law and Religion. And in 2012, he has been invited to deliver the Messenger Lectures at Cornell University and has received the Distinguished Service Award of the International Center for Law and Religion Studies of Royden Clark Law School. So today, Professor Ferrari will focus on freedom of religion or belief in Europe, new challenges, and new answers for the European unification process. So, Professor Ferrari, I give you the floor.
Professor, you have to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, at least from Italy, to everybody. Now, the title of, as Federica reminded, the title of today's session is Liberty in Mediterranean Constitutional Traditions, Changes and Challenges. I focused on the challenges, and I started from the following question. Are there some challenges that affect freedom of religion or belief all over Europe, from Russia to Portugal, from Norway to Cyprus? And my answer is yes. Notwithstanding the many differences in the legal, political, cultural traditions of the European countries, there are at least two challenges that interest the whole continent. The first is the securitization of religion, and the second is its nationalization. Both challenges endanger freedom of religion or belief, and in particular, they affect the rights of religious minorities. And for these reasons, they are a danger for the religious and cultural plurality that is a fundamental component of a democratic society. Let me start from the first, the securitization of religion. Now, in many countries today, religions are seen as a potential danger to security. Is not an opinion, a view without a foundation, because unfortunately, religiously inspired violence has become more and more frequent in many parts of the world. One can ask how sincere are the religious motivations of these violent acts, but it is a fact that they are frequently justified with a reference to religion. In this perspective, some limited restrictions of freedom of religion or belief are seen as a reasonable price to pay to grant personal and societal security. A couple of examples will make clear what I mean. Violent anti-Semitism is growing in Germany, and a government spokesperson proposes that Jews should refrain from wearing a kippah in public to avoid becoming the target of religious violence. It is a reasonable and well-intended suggestion, but at the same time is a limitation of the freedom of Jews to manifest their religious faith. In Russia, to make another example, some places of worship are deemed to be places where religious radicalism is preached and taught. To contrast this dangerous drift, people attending religious services in these places are subjected to security screenings that go from identification to body searching and affect also the peaceful believers, who are likely to be the majority, who want to access that place of worship without any intention of perpetrating a crime. Now, who could question the reasonableness of these measures which aim at granting security for all? At the same time, they entail a limitation of freedom of religion that in the long run will be internalized and will be accepted as a matter of fact. Now, the accent placed on security has a double impact on freedom of religion or belief. On the one hand, it restricts the autonomy of religious communities. In Austria, for example, the Islamic communities cannot receive funds from abroad without the state authorization, a rule that does not apply to any other religious organization. On the other hand, the securitization of religion limits the individual right to manifest one's religion. In the Italian prisons, to make another example, an inmate who start praying and reading sacred texts is likely to be placed under special surveillance because the prison authorities can suspect that he is becoming a religious extremist and eventually even a terrorist. This is the first challenge that confront all European states. The second challenge is the nationalization of religion. Slogans like Italians first, which are frequently heard in my country, have become popular because they manifest the need to reaffirm national identity. And the nationalization of religion is a component of this broader drive. Again, a couple of examples can be helpful. Think of religious symbols. Religious symbols are increasingly exploited for political goals. In my country, the leader of the most important nationalist party does not miss the opportunity to kiss a crucifix at every political rally. He is not a person who is known for his religious fervor. Therefore, it is correct to interpret his behavior as a political strategy to convey the message that there is a direct link between the Catholic religion and the identity of the Italian nation. In another country, France, a woman has been denied citizenship because she used to wear a burqa that has been regarded as a sign of failed integration in the national society. In both cases, kissing the crucifix and banning the burqa, religion is primarily regarded as a cultural element, an indication that reveals whether a person shares or does not share the cultural values that make up a nation. And this process of culturalization of religion has a huge impact on religious freedom. Think, for example, of the ban on minarets, which is in force in Switzerland. It is very hard to defend the prohibition to build minarets on the ground of freedom of religion. But it has been successfully defended on the ground of the cultural identity of the country. Minarets are extraneous to the Swiss architectural tradition, and this has been enough to justify their ban. In other words, cultural identity trumps freedom of religion or belief. In countries where the majority population is Muslim or Hindu, for example, this same argument might be invoked to ban the church bell towers, which shows how dangerous the nationalization of religion can become for all religion without exception. Now, I think that the nationalization of religion is more insidious than its securitization, because it leads the members of the majority religion to think that their symbols and practices are entitled to receive a privileged treatment by public authorities. As a consequence, freedom of religion or belief is increasingly dissociated by equal treatment. All religions are equal, but as far as the freedom of religion is concerned, some religions are more equal than others. Who is going to pay the bill of this regression of the rights to freedom of religion or belief? The answer is quite simple. Primarily, the religious minorities. They are more likely than religious majorities to become the target of security measures and also to be disfavored by the process of nationalization of religion, which implies a strong bond, a tight bond between a national identity and a majority religion. And as each religion is a minority somewhere in the world, once more, we should say that no religion can feel at ease in this scenario. Now, in my opinion, minorities are like the miner's canary. Discrimination against them gives an early warning of a disease affecting democratic societies. If we look at the undemocratic regimes in the European history of last century, we find a common thread, which is the discrimination and sometimes the persecution of religious minorities. This provides a first answer to my question. What European states could do to protect and promote freedom of religion and at the same time defend democracy is a better protection and a better promotion of religious minority rights. But how to attain this goal? Because the problem, in my opinion, is that when we speak of minority rights, we immediately think of special laws that are applied only to minority members. And this is problematic, but this is the wrong approach. What I'm supporting here is a sustainable politics of difference that offers each individual, and not only the member of a religious minority, a plurality of options to regulate the same legal relationship in different ways. Islamic finance could be a good example. Islamic finance is provided by the most important banks in Europe, is an alternative way to conclude financial transactions. But you do not need to be a Muslim to take advantage of this possibility. It's an option open to all people who want to take advantage of it. Now, if we are able to increase the number of legal options available to each individual, probably we shall be able to answer the claims of the members of many minority groups without enacting special laws for them. And this is the way, the road I would suggest to address this problem of minority rights. Thank you.
Thank
Hello.
you, Professor Ferrari. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, perfect. And so we go on with Professor Jonathan Laurence, because Professor Alberto Meloni, unfortunately, won't join us today because of a sudden commitment, but he will join us for the final roundtable tomorrow. So Professor Jonathan Laurence is Professor of Political Science at Boston College and the Director of Reset Dialogues US, is a member of the Council on Foreign Relations and an affiliate of the Center for European Studies at Harvard. He's author of assorted articles and 3 books, Coping with Defeat, Islam, Catholicism and the State, The Emancipation of Europe's Muslims, and Integrating Islam, Religious and Political Challenges in Contemporary France. He was an on-resident fellow at the Brookings Institution from 2003 and 2018. And today he will intervene on paths to toleration in the US and Europe. So Professor Laurence, I give you the floor.
Thank you very much. And my thanks also to Professor Silvio Ferrari, whom it is great to see. I'm going to share my presentation with the group here. Wrong button, sorry. There we go. So here I would like to propose that, when thinking about toleration, about religion in the contemporary context in which we all find ourselves, especially right now, literally in quarantine, it is interesting to look back at the origins of how we have reacted as societies to the public health crises of epidemics and plagues. And as everyone knows, the etymology of the word quarantine refers to the 40-day period during which the infected of plague or epidemic were made to remain in isolation. Now, in addition to the public health benefits, the 40-day period also had a symbolic significance that was associated with major purification. So in the Bible and in the New Testament, 40 days was the length of the flood. It was how long Moses waited for the 10 Commandments. It was how long Jesus fasted before his temptation in the wilderness. It was the period of Lent, as well as the time between the resurrection of Jesus and his ascension. So in the 16th century, when the practice of quarantine began, this personal retreat during epidemics arguably took on a sacred religious significance as well. And those who were self-isolating during this period were encouraged to look upon it as a period of purification, to be spent in devotion, to be spent in piety, making pledges of charity. Now, I don't know how we measure up to that, frankly, but as it is evident from the protest movement that has been born from outrage over police brutality in the United States and some other parts of the world, there has been perhaps the beginning of a kind of political purification of some kind. For example, we are reconsidering the meaning and the appropriateness of certain symbols in the public sphere, which includes, of course, tearing down some monuments. Now, for me, this raises a broader question, which is, how does religion actually matter in this context? What is the meaning of our hard-won constitutional freedoms of religious exercise when there are prohibitions against physically getting together for prayer or gathering to engage in ritual or religious instruction? Now, we know religion has an undeniable collective dimension. We know the roots of the word are to tie together, to form communities, to gather. And around the world, as governments took action to prohibit religious gatherings during the corona pandemic, some leaders actually struggled with prohibiting religious services and events. And it came down in some cases to the influence of local religious actors or local politicians who claim religious motives and emphasize faith over reason or science. So in some cases, there has been a divide between secular humanists on the one hand and religious congregants on the other in their very attitudes towards the danger the pandemic presents. So while so-called secularist governments were shutting down religious services, in some places in the United States, in North Africa, and France, the believers and their leaders have been skeptical of the need to do so. Now, in other cases, it seems that greater religious belief was actually associated with downplaying the impact of the virus. So the belief that the spaces should remain open and that they should be available for the faithful's need for the peace of God during troubling times, this led to legal challenges to the French government's ban on public worship, for example. Some bishops felt they were being persecuted anew when the police arrived to halt their masses at the altar, as they had once, perhaps last time during the Third Republic. Now, eventually, the French Council of State actually ordered the government to allow prayer spaces to reopen somewhat earlier. And now that religious services have reopened there and in most countries, there is, of course, fear that a second outbreak could occur. We know that there have been super spreader events in France, Germany, United States, associated with religious gatherings that have caused massive case surges in the past. But the reality is that an increasing amount of religious activity and exercise will either remain behind closed doors or it will come out into the open air. And it is interesting to consider how debates over religion and politics might change along with that. Now, before COVID-19, the public sphere often seemed to be bristling with religious symbols. Here you can see a monument of the 10 commandments that have been erected around the United States in front of various of our state houses, state assemblies. And there were deep rifts over the limits of religious freedom in the public sphere. And on the right, you can see the example of the niqab debate that has gone through each of our societies. Well, now we know that monuments are coming down and face coverings are going up. So here's a case of a Catholic saint named Juniper Serra, who was an influential Spanish priest who was a co-founder of the city of Monterey in California and helped found the modern missionary system in North America. And his statues have been targeted along with many others in the recent rash of attacks upon symbols, both secular and religious. Now, of course, those in the Abrahamic traditions are theoretically inclined to shun graven images. That varies, however, as we know, in actual practice. Now, on the other hand, it could be that the required mask wearing that you see on the right could lead to major psychological shifts regarding the social acceptability of certain kinds of religious clothing. So as the cultural meanings of, sorry, I just want to make sure that goes to the right place. As the cultural meanings of the face covering change, then it is fair to ask, again, what is the meaning of covering one's face when societies enduringly change their relationship to both hoods and face coverings? Now, I bring this up because there was a French government minister, for example, who once voiced his objection to the niqab based on the fact that France was a culture, had a culture and a society of saying bonjour, of face-to-face contact. And we know as well that the British Prime Minister, the current British Prime Minister, once even compared women who wore the niqab to mailboxes. Now, sorry. In fact, the Austrian law of 2017 had already made some exemptions for health reasons, as you can see by the indicator of the little blue tilde there to show that in some cases, sometimes certain face coverings were contextually allowed and appropriate. And incidentally, you'll see that clowns and devil costumes made the cut there as well. But there's something to be said for the force of habit. And I'm thinking here about the headscarf in Italy, for example. Now, we know that there's a fair amount of fear of Islam within contemporary Italy. But on the very narrow issue of headscarf wearing, there has not been so much of a problem. And this is arguably because Italians are so used to seeing nuns and women of various religious orders who wear head coverings, right? There are 90,000 nuns in Italy. There are thousands of habit-wearing women of various religious orders. Now, to step back for a moment, obviously this is somewhat hypothetical and projection in terms of a way of thinking, but it doesn't mean that the controversies over religion in the public sphere will somehow subside, right? I don't think that the symbols of Islam will somehow become more immediately socially acceptable. But I think we've already started to see how the post-coronavirus world will look different. And we have to recall also the state's historic repressive tendencies, the modern state's repressive tendencies towards religion, right? And the overall state-religion relationship with regard to majority religions and, of course, minority religions. Now, I'd like to take a moment to discuss the consequences for changes in religious life. Now, on the one hand, thinking about religious spaces as particularly vulnerable to spreading disease is not something new, right? This is something that religious authorities who have been in charge of pilgrimage sites have been aware of for centuries. And of course, there are many centuries-old religious orders that themselves have protocols for dealing with plagues and epidemics. But it's also clear that the existence of certain new technologies is going to have some sort of outsized change on our religious practices. And here you can see, a somewhat comical image of a baptism taking place. And this, as you can see in this baptism ritual in Minnesota, there are some religious ceremonies that have been moved into the private sphere, right? Instead of taking place as a public ceremony that is physically witnessed by others. And this year, Easter, Passover, Ramadan were all celebrated in profoundly different ways. Now, I would suggest that the changes may have deep implications because they establish religious dispensations in some cases for believers who are living as a minority. And it establishes further jurisprudence for defining their religious lives as such. And we know that the approved conditions for fulfilling religious duties are one of the most important aspects of the compatibility of faith with one's civic responsibilities as a citizen. So for Catholics, Pope Francis now administers his Mass via Zoom, Pope Francis now administers his Mass via Zoom. Catholics are able to have their rites fulfilled from their homes. And here you have the iconic image of Pope Francis ascending to the rostrum at twilight in a nearly vacant St. Peter's Square on Palm Sunday. Catholic communion has been dispensed from behind plexiglass, singing has been prohibited, names and addresses are required of prayergoers for future infection tracing. And of course, for Muslims, as you saw in the previous slide of an empty Mecca, the Saudi authorities canceled the mass pilgrimage this year. And this creates, of course, a large space for health exemptions to one of the 5 pillars of the religion, right? Now, for Jews, I would argue there's been something similar. There were rabbinical permissions to break the holiness of the sacred day and to exceptionally use electricity and to use Zoom technology during Passover Seder. Now, there are other implications with regard to the imperative to gather, whether for daily breaking of the fast after after each day of fasting during the month of Ramadan, or gathering together for the Jum'ah, for Friday prayers, right? These are moments, for example, during Ramadan, you're supposed to come together, you're supposed to share, you're supposed to have a collective experience, forgiveness, prayer, solidarity, right? But none of this is possible, and yet it's taking place in a different form. Similarly, you might think about the Jewish requirements of having a minyan or a certain number of men present in order for a prayer session to be valid. So when religious requirements are performed without physical proximity, I think it's fair to ask, what does this do to the powers of the clergy? What does this do to the power of the priest? Not all of these developments can be easily walked back. So during these times when the naked public square has never felt more literal, it seems that constitutions and legal frameworks will matter very much indeed. And much like Professor Ferrari was just saying, I think it's very conceivable that this experience of the coronavirus will exact a greater cost upon the religious freedoms of minority communities. And this is in part because their infrastructure is often in deficit. It's been put on hold. I'm thinking here of Muslims in Europe, where it has long been easy to postpone accommodations. And so as we reemerge from lockdown, many of the battles over state resources and religious affairs policies are going to be suspended or delayed, which will lead to the suspension or the delay of building controversial new mosques or designing new imam training programs. There will undoubtedly be funding cuts in municipal and national budgets. What will that mean for the religious educational structures that rely on tax funds, from after-school religious programs to teacher training to seminaries for the training of clerics? All of this is severely lacking for European Muslims. Now, it's not too hard to remember that the opening crisis of the 21st century actually centered around the spread of religious extremism. Now, back then, public authorities spoke of the need to spiritually protect, to inoculate young people against extremism. But of course, that requires resources. It takes contact hours between teachers and students, and the opportunity costs of the current missed interactions are going to be hard to measure, but they clearly are not advancing the institutional progress towards equal constitutional rights or equal religious exercise. And finally, in closing, I would just say that the new means of communication, as usual, are of a dual-use technological nature. So the democratization of the ability to reach into people's homes with full, live, interactive sound and video, as we are doing right now, is kind of a dramatic novelty. Just imagine what that technology would have done for the Reformation or for the Counter-Reformation. Now, on the other hand, the challenge of religious extremism or fanaticism is also one step closer to home. Now, to be sure, there are firewalls, There is enhanced surveillance, but there is also enormous opportunity for nefarious actors to reach individual believers with no intercession whatsoever. Likewise, finally, the cost of missed opportunities to citizenship and civic education more broadly is worrying, because we do not yet know what effect the lockdowns will have had upon elementary education. And it's quite possible that they will have had a negative impact upon the youngest learners who are being formed as young citizens, right? So if there is no more sanctuary of the Republic as it was previously construed, and if we are experiencing the weakening of civic education and religious traditions, well, then both republics as well as faith communities within them may indeed be facing a difficult period ahead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Professor Laurence. Very interesting, and I think that your intervention and Professor Ferrari's speech integrate perfectly each other. And we have a few questions. First of all, I saw Professor Fadel question. Professor Fadel, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I didn't really have a question. I was just responding to a question that Abdel Ghani posted.
Yeah.
I think basically
on symbols, religious symbols, if you want to explain.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very strange conception of the public order to say that merely manifesting a symbol is a kind of trespass on the public order, insofar as if I'm wearing a kippah or a hijab or a beard, it's hard to understand how that interferes in the right of another person. And so, you know, from my perspective as an Anglo-American, our conception of public and private is that unless there's a credible claim that my action is interfering in the right of another, then my action is wholly private. And so it's very hard for me, not only as a Muslim, but just as an American trained lawyer, to understand any justification for the restriction of these religious garments. It just doesn't seem to make any kind of sense from any kind of liberal perspective. But, you know, maybe I'm just a sectarian American. So.
Thank you, Professor. And there's a question for Professor Ferrari.
And after the answer of Professor Ferrari, Federica, may I ask you that someone is translating all the remarks or questions that are in Arabic in the chat? There are a lot.
In the chat, we are translating. Mohammed, Hashas, Professor Hashas, and me, we are reading. Giancarlo, are you there?
I'm here.
So, okay, so for Professor Ferrari, there's a question from Zakaria Slimani. Has secularism produced a tight security approach to religions?
The short answer is yes, but it is a much more complex question. We cannot think that only secular state make use of security to justify restrictions of freedom of religion. In some cases, we have seen some kind of a coalition between state and a religion or some religion to outlaw other religions, making use of the argument of security. Think of what happened in Russia concerning the Jehovah's Witnesses. They were labeled as an extremist religion. They were outlawed by the Russian state, with the tacit support of the Orthodox Church. This is a case where we have a secular state, more or less secular state, that goes hand in hand with the majority religion to against a specific minority religion, for example. Or think of Denmark. Denmark is a country with a state religion, a state church. At the same time, Denmark is a country where the government has taken very tough measures against immigrants, justifying these measures with the argument of security. And that the state church was not able to stop the government. I mean, it is true that in many cases, secular state have exploited the issue of security to put out of the game controversial religions. But sometimes this happened with the more or less open support of the majority religion too.
Okay, so there's another question for Professor Laurence. A question from Abdelmajid Chafi. Well, indeed, we have two questions from Abdelmajid. Is the close issue in Europe bringing back past European problems with religion? It means the past memory. And the second is there a boundary of limits between the religious and the political?
So thank you. So the I think the first question goes to Professor Fadel's comment that that he failed to see the democratic or liberal reasoning behind the bans of religious clothing. And I think that it is indeed something you do have to understand, as Mr. Abdelmajid Chafi's question suggests, in the context of the modernization of the French state, the secularization of the French state, which of course took place haltingly and in a back and forth manner between 1789, of course, the French Revolution, and 1905, which is, of course, their law ending the direct subsidies of the religion, of the Catholic religion. Now, the big sort of the glaring omission to me in this case is that France actually was, as it called itself, une puissance musulmane at the time. France actually governed over tens of millions of Muslims in its colonies, and it aspired to govern over many more. But it failed to really think about how its 1905 law might apply in the territories, and that would have opened up a whole host of other questions that would not welcome. Now, fast forward to and think about the advent of the headscarf affairs, beginning in 1989 with the first and culminating in 2004 with the law prohibiting primary and secondary school girls from wearing a headscarf. You have to see this in the context of the existence of religious schools for religious communities. Since 1959, religious communities can create publicly subsidized religious schools under a contrat d'association. So in fact, they could get away with secularizing the public school and allowing those who want to wear a yarmulke a kippah or a head covering or a large cross can simply go to Jewish schools or Catholic schools or Muslim schools that will also have the national curriculum. However, the problem is that they have not approved the equivalent schools for Muslim kids. And so they could achieve a kind of naked public square in the sanctuary of the public in their public schools, but the cost would be one of integration, so that the believers would wind up each in their own corners. But I think ultimately, just to nod to the second question, it gets down to this question of whether or not religion and politics are separable, not necessarily textually or legally, but really in people's perceptions of religion. And as you know, separating, and as Jocelyne Cesari reminded us earlier, separating religion and politics has been a theme in European history for many centuries. And the greatest misgivings that Europeans had about religions were of their own religions. So in a sense, there is some leftover of that sentiment where they do not see why they should all of a sudden renegotiate their attitude towards keeping religion outside of politics as they understand it.
Thank you. And we have so many questions. Be prompt. Mohammed Benayad, are you there?
نعم مرحبا شكرا للأساتذة الكرام. لدي سؤال بالنسبة للأستاذ لورنس فيما يخص واقعة جون فلويد في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، أن جعلتنا يعني ما وقع يجعلنا أمام نظر أو من واقعة جون فلويد أنه جعل مسألة التسامح أمام محك حقيقي. ذلك أننا وجدنا أن مسألة التسامح أنها تشكل ضروبا، وأنه يعني ما زال هناك يعني هذا المنظور للتسامح أنه ما زال لا يتمتع برؤى يعني رؤى تأسيس حقيقية في مجتمع الرفاه. كيف يمكن لهذه الواقعة أنها أثرت وأنها يعني افتعلت أمامها يعني عدد كبير من الوقائع التي أتت لاحقا؟ يعني واقعة تقع لجون فلويد تتبع مباشرة من بعد تحطيم الرموز سواء كانت دينية أو الرموز التي تحيل على شركات استعمارية. السؤال بالنسبة لجوناثان، وكيف يمكن تأسيس لتصور حقيقي للتسامح في منع عن لغة التصادم وعن الماضي المتخيل للتنافس؟ شكرا.
Yes, no. Yeah, it's a great question, and it's very it's obviously very sad, very troubling what has been taking place in the United States, not just in the past months, but it's really an endemic problem of racial relations, especially between the state authorities, the sort of the tip of the spear of state authorities, which is to say the police, and Black Americans, African Americans, more broadly. And we know how complicated that is by the history of slavery, and how complicated it is also by the constitutions that democracies bind themselves to, which is to essentially raise up the individual citizen and to leave the community to recede into the background. And so promoting racial equality comes into tension with that very basic modern idea of citizenship, because it acknowledges a group or a community where citizenship is meant to really allow you freedom from that community in part. So the emancipation of slaves and the citizenship of Black Americans is a long and drawn out process, and it starts in a sense with Abraham Lincoln's proclamation of emancipation, but then it really only gets meaning 1 century later with the Civil Rights Act, And then we see that, in fact, 50 years later, there are other rights yet which still need better protecting. Now, that doesn't mean that there weren't greater and greater rights that were being achieved. There were, but there's also many that just weren't. And that undermined basic confidence in the rule of law by tens of millions of Americans, and that was unsustainable. Now, I think that happens in miniature all over the world, right? That you have issues with the abuse of power and the accountability of police forces, of the use of force in general. And so what the only sort of redeeming aspect of all of this is, I think, the explosion of anger that has finally taken place, and that in my mind seems to be evidence of a genuine cultural shift, at least as important as the one in 1865 or 1964. Whether or not it will actually achieve the whole ideal, the full goal, undoubtedly it won't, but I do believe it will get closer.
And there's also Mohammed al-Firm.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, Mohammed.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks again to both panelists for their amazing presentations. My question is for Dr. Ferrari. You, sir, talked about the idea of secularization of religion, and you mentioned that, for example, Italy is preventing prisoners from praying or reading sacred texts. Could you, to prevent them from committing religious violence or terrorism, could you give us an example of a terrorist event in which Christians or Jews were responsible? Because I get the impression that these kind of measures are directly linked to the Muslim communities in Europe, especially after the 9/11 events. Thank you.
Professor Ferrari, you have to unmute. No?
Now, can you hear me? Okay, fine. You are right in the sense that most incidents, violent incidents, concern the Islamic community. But in my opinion, the issue is a different one. Whatever community, whatever person is responsible for a violent act, even a terrorist act, is this justification to limit his or her freedom of religion? I mean, it is true that we had not so many in Italy, but in other parts of Europe, violent acts committed by members of the Islamic community. But the correct answer is limiting the right of Muslim inmates to read the Quran, or there is something wrong, the answer does not match the question, in the sense that the answer answers something wrong. It's not what is needed. This is my my point. Even if I am not able to name so many violent acts, there are some. committed by Christians, and the violent acts, the terrorist act committed by people who say we are Muslims are more, this does not mean that our answer to these acts is correct, because we are limiting a right, and not only is not correct, it is also ineffective, because I do not think that prohibiting somebody, preventing somebody from reading the Quran is an effective measure to prevent terrorism. This is an answer that is prompted by fear, is not prompted by a correct reasoning.
So I propose you to collect 2 more questions. I see in the QA board, Rui Pinto, are you there?
One second.
No more.
I have to, give the floor, because the attendees cannot turn on the microphone. No, he's no longer there.
You may go to Shauna.
Shauna, yeah.
Shauna, are you there, Shauna?
Hi, I'm here. Thank you. Thank you so much for this very interesting session. I learned a lot. Professor Ferrari, my question is to you. You mentioned that the nationalization of religion is a far more insidious form of preventing minority rights. And I was wondering where the space for minority justifications of the political community to emerge, to come to the fore is in European democracy, if this is the case, especially if the political community is constantly justified through cultural justifications. Unlike other nation states, which cannot always rely on a cultural definition to shape the political community, European nation states have constantly relied on these cultural definitions. And therefore, eventually, minorities can only be tolerated, but a plural justification for that democracy remains limited in some sense. Because as we know, toleration is not the same thing as pluralism. Yeah, question.
I need to unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. It's a little bit more complex, in my opinion, because when we speak of minorities, thinking of Europe, I don't think that we can place all minorities on the same footing. There are minorities that are perceived as more problematic and minorities that are more or less accepted. Which are the problematic minorities in Europe? Which are the minorities that are, for example, the target of opposition of first, they are the minorities, the new minorities, the minorities born from the migration process. Islam first, but then also other minorities that became recently implanted in Europe. Then there is a second group of minorities which have been operating active in Europe for a long time, but are still perceived as something difficult to include in the European society. This is the case of the Jehovah's Witnesses. They have a mixed reception. In some countries like Germany, they got the status of a public law entity, which is the highest status a religious community can reach. But in other countries, Russia, they have been outlawed. And finally, and this is one of the most worrying things, in my opinion, there is the Jewish minority. The Jewish minority has been living in Europe forever. The Jewish minority is culturally and politically very well integrated in the European societies. Nevertheless, we have a rising anti-Semitic trend in Europe. And this is worrying me, because I wonder whether this has something to do with the Christian tradition of Europe. I cannot exclude this, because it's difficult to me to explain why in Europe anti-Semitism is still so strong when the Jewish community has been living here for a long time, has been perfectly integrated in the European societies. What is the reason? I can find an explanation for the Islamic communities. I can find an explanation for the Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm a little at a loss to find a convincing explanation about anti-Semitism in Europe without taking into account the Christian tradition of Europe. And this is worrying and saddening me.
Thank you, Professor. I see that Professor Fadel maybe wants to intervene.
It's not really an intervention. I'm just making some comments to this idea that Muslims are uniquely prone to violence, which I was nodding to earlier, which is ultimately the argument that justifies the kind of oppression and despotism and even genocidal violence that we see in Syria against the Sunni Muslim population there. There's a complete lack of historical consciousness in the question. It's so shocking that somebody could make this argument that Muslims are uniquely violent and therefore the state is justified in giving this sort of special security attention. I mean, we've forgotten just the 2019 massacre in New Zealand, the Anders Breivik massacre in Norway, and we forget completely the long history of the violence of the French state against North Africans, not just in Algeria, but also in France. And so the kind of ahistorical nature of that comment just boggles me, right? It shows the extent to which Muslims lack any kind of agency in this kind of political setting, particularly in Europe. It's very depressing that, in all these years that we've spent discussing these things, we still collectively, so much of I think behavioral scientists would have a field day with this kind of discussion and showing the power of framing effects. Europeans can engage in mass violence, and then the next day we forget about them entirely. It's as if Breivik never happened. It's as if Christchurch never happened. Anyway, so that's a rant, not really a question. I apologize.
Thank you. And I see Professor Hashas.
Yeah, thank you very much to both speakers. Great. Well, actually, my question was there before Professor Ferrari made his last comment. Is there something about the Christian culture or theology that is still there, even though society has secularized, that has remained. You know, in Islamophobia studies now, there are at least two major trends. Something, well, either the problem is with the Christian or the religious culture of Europe, which is dominantly Christian, and whose theology is not pluralist, or at least the foundations or classical foundations. Or there is the other reason or factor that comes in is racial. So, I mean, have you thought of ways out? And then how would we think of, well, in Muslim communities, they are described as conservative, right? So the idea is, the expectation is to ask the mosque to rehabilitate, to re-educate the Muslims that Islam is pluralist, the state law should be the law, etc. But in a pluralist post-secular society like Europe, where people, for example, don't go to church, don't have religious education, how would we think of educating people again about the values of pluralism, knowing that we are not sure whether the problem is racial or theological or a mixture? So I mean, these are some of the issues that that might come out and from someone listening to the debate. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Two short answers. One is concerning the comment of Professor Fadel. Absolutely right, if we have a historical and global perspective. But it is a fact that in the last years, most violent acts have been in some way perpetrated by people who justified them through a reference to Islam. I'm not saying they are Muslims, they are true Muslims. I am saying that they, when committed violent acts, frequently made a reference to something connected to Islam, in good or bad faith. And I'm not justifying what Europeans did in the past. I'm not justifying what Christian or secular people did in New Zealand against Muslims. But I can understand the problem of today in Europe. Second thing, I don't know regarding the last question, whether there is a link between Christian tradition and Islamophobia. It seems to me that my perception, but I would be a little, I don't think I am able to explain my perception. My perception is that there is a stronger link between Christian tradition and anti-Semitism than a link between Christian tradition and Islamophobia. Coming to your last point, who is going to educate people, Europeans, to plurality, to tolerance, etc., etc.? Paradoxically, those who speak more frequently in favor of plurality or tolerance or something like that, at least in my country, are the representatives of the Catholic Church. Much more than representatives of some political parties. So my point is, in Italy, in my country, there is a gap. There is some kind of division which divides the leading figures of the church from the Catholic flock, who is much more receptive of anti-immigrants, anti-Muslim positions. But generally speaking, the bishops of the Catholic Church, I'm speaking of Italy, are trying to resist this anti-Islam, anti-immigrants trends that are growing in Italy. And so this is a sign of hope, in my opinion.
Thank you, Professor Ferrari. We don't see you anymore. Oh, okay.
I got
Professor
back.
Laurence, do you want to add something and then we conclude?
I would just say thank you for the thoughtful comments. It's hard to do justice to Professor Fadel's comments, which are really, I think, profound in the sense of asking us to think about how we talk about Islam, especially in light of the last 20 years of, the so-called war on terror. I mean, it's clearly, it has affected and infected many discourse, and I think therefore for that reason it's so useful to think about as Professor Ferrari was, I believe, trying to do at the end, the ways in which history matters to all of this, and we can't limit ourselves to looking at how things look over the last 20 years. We have to think about how they've actually played out over, in some cases, centuries, and I know that's sometimes unsatisfying. But anyway, thank you all for your questions and comments.
So I see that maybe it's time to conclude. Thank you so much to all our panelists, and I see also other professors connected, still connected, Professor Boutril, Professor Alessandro Ferrari, and other very good panelists and teachers. So I remember you that we will see tomorrow at 3 p.m. Rome time for the second day of the conference, Carthage 2020. Maybe my colleague Sophia want to add something on technical issues. As for the link.
No, the link of today should be valid also for tomorrow. I just wanted to remind all the students of the summer school that the appointment is at 2. You should have received another link for a meeting in which you will then be broken off into groups to have a led discussion with some of the professors. So the appointment for the summer school is at 2, and for everybody else, it's at 3.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, Professor Hashas, do you have?
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Relax.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you so much.
Bye.